last year, the Tinker Toy. Well, the team, the Tinker Toy and the
Grandview Gangsters.
Yes.
And then the infield side, class number 1 will be our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. West Salem winner, playing dirty. Evan Anderson, Adams, Tennessee, took the win in West Salem, Ohio 2 weeks ago on our Friday night show. Our mini rod tractors presented by SCS Gearbox will be class number 2. And Have No Mercy, Tyler Slaw. He was our winner in West Salem, Ohio. Actually, father and son, they went number 1 and number 3. Tyler took home the $10,000 check with Have No Mercy, and then his father, Bruce Law, he finished number 3 with Show No Mercy, with Jeremy Nelson sandwiched in between, pulling Peter Norton's Little Hurricane. Class number 3 on the infield side will be our super modified tractors. A new tractor, but not a new face. Bully took the win. Ricky Long, Glasgow, Kentucky. He'd sat out the last couple of years. He's back in the win. And as you can see from the big screen on the infield, we're going to be live. We're going to be live on ProPulling.tv, on our YouTube channels on IHRA, and also the Pro Pulling YouTube channel. I believe it's live on the Facebook pages too, if I'm not mistaken, Darren. Number of ways that you can watch for free if you cannot attend here in person tonight.
Another good sign we're getting closer to getting going. I see the pullers making their way into the infield and over the scales, so we are making progress and getting ready to roll here in Farley, Iowa. Stop number 2, the Fendt High Stakes Series for 2026.
Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated.
We want to make sure we acknowledge our local sponsors: 300 Raceway, Simon's Trucking, Senpico Lubricants, Raider Implement, Dave Schmidt, Bard Materials, Ament Repair, Concrete Concepts, Eastern Iowa Pumping, Silver Customs, Harriff Golf Carts, Northwestern Mutual, Simon's Cattle, MG Electric, Crossroad Trailers, Calco, Eastern Iowa Excavating, Germain Electric, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Rundy Auto Group, Tegler Towing, BJ's Truck Sales, ProFab, CJ Beeps, Pro Cattle, Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Mac Trailers, and Metal Supply Company. Mustangs, get ready to go bold. Just like tonight's pullers, dig deep and drag every ounce of power down the track. Fendt pulls hard in the field. The full line of equipment from planting and crop care to land prep and harvesting. Fendt helps farmers push further and perform stronger. Grow bold with the equipment built to pull like a champion. And we've seen a lot of that Fendt equipment making laps around the track tonight, around the circle track, getting that dried off. Now we see them on the pulling track, and great to have Fendt on board for this Fendt High Stakes Series here in 2026.
Yeah, our corporate sponsor for the Fendt High Stakes Series, of course, that's Fendt Ag Revolution, and they have 12 stores throughout 4 states. But the local Fendt dealer, who is providing a lot of the track preparation equipment, also one of our sponsors this weekend, Raider Implement. Thanks to the folks at Raider for being a big part of our event here this weekend at 300 Raceway. Beautiful shot on our live stream, a drone shot. You can see the overhead view of the track preparation equipment out there like worker bees, wanting to get our pulling surface prepared perfectly. You can see the chalk lines going down. We will have 2 300-foot tracks. They'll be chalked to, I believe, about 330, and once you go past the 330, you will no longer be considered out of bounds if you cross the chalk line, and there will not be any chalk lines out that far.
Again, while we're almost ready to start here, don't forget to hit the vendors midway. One of our sponsors, Hot Shot Secret. Matt Steinmetz and the crew are out there. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is the official fuel additive of the Pro Pulling League and is the strongest diesel injector cleaner on the market. Trusted by thousands, Diesel Extreme is a complete 6-in-1 fuel additive that cleans and protects your injectors while boosting your fuel cetane by 7 points to give you that extra horsepower, torque, and fuel economy that we all want. A top quality product with proven results. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme cleans, protects, and brings your diesel engine back to life. You can get it here on site at the 300 Raceway. It's also available nationwide at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Advanced Auto Parts, AutoZone, Walmart, Amazon, and online at HotShotsSecret.com. Now, just a personal testimony, I did use Hot Shots Diesel Extreme. I use that every spring in my truck, and sometimes again as we go into fall to get everything clean and ready to roll, and it does a great job. That's a great product from Hot Shot Secret.
Another new sponsor that's basically in my backyard back in Central Illinois. They got their start in Mattoon, Illinois, and now they are all over the Midwest and eastern states. We are talking about Rural King. They were established in 1960. They are America's farm and home store. Whether you're working on the farm, fixing up your homestead, or just enjoying a night out at the pool, Rural King is here for all rural families. Rural King is proud to be the official farm and home store of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. And just a friendly reminder that the live streaming and or recording of IHRA Pro Pulling Series events and also the Fendt High Stake Series events is strictly prohibited. Live events may not be broadcast, transmitted, reproduced, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the expressed or written consent of the IHRA Pro Pulling Series.
Once again, folks, 8 exciting classes here on stop number 2 of the Fendt High Stakes Series on the infield track. We're going to start with our Optima Batteries two-wheel drive class. Then we'll move into our mini rod presented by SCS Gearbox, our modified tractors, and our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors presented by Apex Turbo. Over on the grandstand side, we're going to start with our 4.1 Limited Pro Stock tractors. They'll be followed by our ARP diesel four-wheel drive trucks, our Mack Trailer hot rod semis, and then our final class would be the Lemke Motorsports Pro Stock tractors.
Once we have our hot rod semis take the track, that class all season long is sponsored by Mack Trailer. Mack Trailer Manufacturing, they are based out of Alliance, Ohio. They are respected as the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump, flatbed, transfer trailers, and also pneumatic tanks. Mack Trailer provides ongoing solutions through high-tech product innovation and advanced engineering capabilities. As a national leader in trailer manufacturing, Mack Trailer serves the industry with a trailer to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. Let Mack build you the trailer that you need with a level of quality that you deserve. Experience the excellence of Mack Trailers. For more information, visit them on the World Wide Web at www.macktrailer.com. Since we're getting a little bit of a late start and we're probably going to be pulling past the midnight hour, if I'm guessing, We're going to move the show along as fast as we can. However, you might need a little pep in your step, so go visit our friends at Full Throttle Energy Drink. They are the official energy drink of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. They are here in-house tonight, located underneath the grandstand, giving away free samples of their product. They have the original citrus flavor and also the red apple flavor. And you can visit them on the World Wide Web at drinkfullthrottle.com. Once again, Full Throttle Energy Drink, the official energy drink of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. Once our 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors hit the track this evening, tonight and all season long, they are sponsored by Lemke Motorsports. If you are looking for a full-service machine shop that can provide you with parts and service for your tractor pulling machine, turn to none other than Lemke Motorsports. When you choose Lemke, they will make sure that your vehicles perform at their best. For more information, you can find them on the World Wide Web at lemkedjr.com. Lemke Motorsports, the presenting sponsor of our 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors. Two-wheel drives will be the first class on our infield side. As you can see, we are bringing the two-wheel drives into the racing facility. Total of 18 of them here tonight. The first puller in every class this evening, we will consider that the Hypermax test puller. All test pullers are sponsored by Hypermax. Our Hypermax test puller in our super modified two-wheel drive trucks tonight will be Tony Tatum. He will be puller number 1 with the Parts City Auto Parts Chevrolet out of Bardstown, Kentucky. He will be the first puller on our infield track. Meanwhile, our first puller on our grandstand side on our 9,500-pound limited Pro Stock tractors are 4-1s presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. That will be John Meyer Jr. out of Broadhead, Wisconsin, International 1206, with the Meyer Performance R&D International. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Farley, Iowa 300 Raceway for night number 1 of our second stop of the Fendt High Stakes Series. Before we get our show underway, if everyone...
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Abby. Abby Pollard with our national anthem. Hey, folks, and give yourselves a nice round of applause for your patience. We obviously had a projected start time of 6:30 p.m. this evening, and Mother Nature had other ideas. But we've got 116 pulling vehicles that traveled all over the country to be here this evening, put on a show for you this weekend. And I know you folks traveled some distance also. You wanted to see us put on a good show, and that's what we're going to do. So this is night number 1 here at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. This is the second stop of 5 on our 2026 Fendt High Stakes Series. Good evening, everybody. My name is Leroy Schluter.
My name is Darren Hartwell. Welcome to 300 Raceway here in Farley, Iowa. It is a beautiful night now for pulling.
Absolutely. Our very first class that we're going to have on the grandstand side will be our 4-1 tractors, our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. And our first puller, our Hypermax test puller, will be John Meyer Jr. from Brodhead, Wisconsin, the International 1206. The Meyer Performance R&D. Our weight transfer devices that we are using tonight over here on the grandstand side, the Decision Maker sled, Logan Thomas from Pennsylvania. At the controls of the Decision Maker sled on the grandstand side. Over on the infield side, it'll be the X Factor sled from Bungart Motorsports with a Fendt wrap on it. Obviously, this is the Fendt High Stakes Series, and then the Rural King wrap on the Decision Maker sled. Decision Maker sled with the beautiful Rural King wrap. Rural King is the official farm and home store of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. All right, he has rolled the chain tight. Here we go. John Meyer Jr., Brodhead, Wisconsin, International 1206. And our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. Well, on every first puller in the class, first thing we're going to do is determine if we have the sled set as we want. And then if the sled is set correctly, then that puller has the option of taking that hook, dropping to 6th, or dropping to the bottom of the class. We are waiting for official word from down on the track. Meanwhile, over on the infield side, our Hypermax test puller will be the Parts City Auto Parts Chevrolet, Tony Tatum, out of Bardstown, Kentucky. Here's a trivia question for you, Darren. This is the 20th year that the super modified two-wheel drive trucks are pulling with the Pro Pulling League. 2006 was our very first year. Out there spotting her father into the track is our very first points champion from way back in 2006, Lisa Tatum. Yeah, when the class started, she was our very first points champion. She is spotting her father, Tony Tatum, into the sled, the Parts City Auto Parts from Bardstown, Kentucky. The distance we have is 2:63.76, and they tell us he's going to drop that, correct. So no official distance over here on the grandstand side on our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractor. So you can scratch that distance. John Meyer Jr. is going to turn down that hook, and we'll see if he comes back sixth or comes back at the bottom of the class. So no official distance yet in our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports.
Yeah, so our two-wheel drive trucks come in at 6,200 pounds, 575 cubic inch limit, a supercharger or a single-stage turbocharger.
And that's how we start on the infield side. Our track officials for this evening working the start line on our infield track. That'll be Kurt Simmons. And the finish line on our infield track will be Jerry Nelson. Meanwhile, our track officials over here on the grandstand side working the start line, Matt Tuffley. And at the finish line, Mike Etzkorn. 307 and 40, 307 feet, .40 for Tony Tatum. And he's going to keep that. So we are official over on our infield side, 307.40. And then you can see Jerry Nelson has picked up that leader pylon, and that's where he is going to place that. He's going to place that at the front edge of where the X Factor Fendt sled got stopped. And so that's the mark that all competitors are going to try to get past, 307.40 on our infield side. Meanwhile, on the grandstand side, Dean Hollicky, Waterville, Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. And killing time.
And your big winner here last year, right here, a year ago in Farley, Iowa, Dean Halicki took home one of those really big checks. Now, Dean Halicki, I was talking to him earlier today, started out, you know, when he went to national pulling, started out with a hot four-wheel drive truck, then went to a hot farm, then a super farm, then went to a hot rod semi, and back in the 4-1. So Dean, no matter what class he's pulled in, always very, very successful.
Let's see how he can transfer that to success here this evening. John Deere out of Waterville, Minnesota. Killing time, Dean Hollicky. Nice run right there for Dean Hollicky out of Waterville, Minnesota, killing time. .24 feet and 80, 324.80. So you can see our track official Mike Etzkorn, he's going to pick up the leader pylon for our grandstand side and place it right there for all competitors to see. 324 and 80. All right, let's go back over infield side. Keith Long, Glasgow, Kentucky. Keith, former points champion in his class. He is our points champion in our two-wheel drive class in 2007, 2010, and also 2015. Keith and his brother Ricky took a few years off from pulling, and they are back. Back big time. We saw Ricky in the Super Modifieds in West Salem, Ohio, take the number 2 spot, the runner-up spot. And meanwhile, this truck right here, the Bullseye truck, finished number 3 2 weeks ago in West Salem.
Started pulling back in 1973, so the Long brothers have been pulling a long, long time.
All right, Keith Long, Bullseye, Glasgow, Kentucky. Needs to go by 3:07 and change to move that leader pylon. Total of 18 two-wheel drive trucks here this evening. And we will be picking up that leader pylon and moving it east. 316 and 93, 316 feet, .93 as we take a look at the replay on the big screen. It's going to be coming right into your living room. I believe, I think that's like a 1969 Chevrolet, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's a beautiful truck. Folks, if you come out in person to any of our events, we invite you to come out early, talk to your favorite drivers, get up close and personal with our vehicles, and talk to the drivers, find out more about them. And it's like going to a car show, but they're competition vehicles.
All right, Dustin Ruth, 2 Ruthless, Downing, Missouri. This is the tractor that finished number 5 2 weeks ago in West Salem, Ohio. His mom was driving at the time. We had a husband and wife pulling team in West Salem, Ohio with Doug and Dee Ruth tonight. Dustin will be doing the driving on 2 Ruthless. Spins are in right there. The 2 Ruthless International 1456 out of the Show Me State. Our current leader over here on the grandstand side, Dean Hollicky, killing time 3:24.80. And Dustin Ruth lays down a pass of 290 feet, .29, 290 and 29. As we mentioned, our 4-1 class presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. At Big St. Charles Motorsports, they are power sports enthusiasts. They are excited to help you experience the fun and adventure that a quality Can-Am, Skidoo, or Sea-Doo vehicle can bring into your life. They are a power sports dealership serving the St. Charles, Missouri area, offering the best in new and pre-owned motorcycle and other power sport vehicles. They have friendly and knowledgeable sales staff, financing staff, service department, and also parts department, ready to offer outstanding service at every point. That's the Big St. Charles Motorsports in St. Charles, Missouri. You can visit them at bigstcharlesmotorsports.com or call them at 636-203-7890. All right, back to Poland. Jim Corey, the Midnight Obsession. He's out of Bedford, Indiana, Chevrolet. 2 distances in the books on our infield side. Keith Long, the current leader, 3:16 and 93. And Tony Tatum at 3:07.40.
Brad Anderson supplying the horsepower in this Chevrolet.
And we go green. Jim Corey, Midnight Obsession. He'll end up a little bit short of that leader pylon. We will see what the laser says. Meanwhile, over on our grandstand side, Patrick Payne from Finger, Tennessee, Bad to the Bone, John Deere, will be backing in. And they tell us 279 and 78. 279.78. 279 and 78.
I want to acknowledge our local sponsors, 300 Raceway, Simon's Trucking, Pico Lubricants, Raider Implement, Dave Schmidt, Bard Materials, Ament Repair, Concrete Concepts, Eastern Iowa Pumping, Silver Customs, Harriff Golf Cars, Northwestern Mutual, Simon's Cattle, and MG Electric. Also, Crossroad Trailers, Calco, Eastern Iowa Excavating, Germain Electric, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Rundy Auto Group, Tegler Towing, BJ's Truck Sales, ProFab, CJ Beeps, Pro Cattle, Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Mac Trailer, and Metal Supply Company.
All right, out of the Volunteer State from Finger, Tennessee, John Deere called Bad to the Bone, Patrick Payne. Our current leader over here on the grandstand side is the John Deere killing time, Dean Hollicky at 324 and 80. That right there was Patrick Payne out of Finger, Tennessee, Bad to the Bone. And he lays down a pass of 270 feet, 0.55, 270 and 55. Well, folks, especially the ones that are watching at home, we heard your request and we honored your request. I don't know about your phone last week, Darren, but my phone was blowing up saying, we need a leaderboard. Can we put a leaderboard on our live stream? And right there on the leaderboard, you can see on the live stream, beautiful leaderboard off there on the left-hand side. Not only can you see the pull order, each class, you've got your leaderboard, live leaderboard right there. So thanks to the fine folks on our live stream for adding that nice feature.
Yes, absolutely. And Leroy, coming up next on our two-wheel drive side, a Farley, Iowa native.
They say the hardest pull to win is your home track pull. Well, he's proved that wrong over the years because he has won here, but this is the truck that went number 2 weeks ago out in West Salem, Ohio. This, of course, R.J. Simon, the Simon Says Chevy from right here in Farley, Iowa. Let me hear you. Do we have any R.J. Simon fans here in the house tonight? Yeah.
We want to once again say thank you to the whole Simon family, the whole Simon crew, and everybody here in Farley for everything you did to put this together, you know, and then especially with the weather challenge we had to make this pull happen. We really appreciate it. Beautiful facility here in Farley, Iowa, and just a really great event.
All right, our leader pylon on the infield track sitting at 316 and 93, courtesy of the Bullseye Chevrolet, piloted by Keith Long out of Glasgow, Kentucky. Oh, he is going to be down there close to that leader pylon.
Leading distance is 3:16 and 9 with Keith Long in the Bullseye truck.
Close, but just a little short. 3:12 and 14. 3:12.14. 312 feet, .14. That'll slide him into the number 2 spot for R.J. Simon and the Simon Says Chevy. Meanwhile, over here on our grandstand side, all the way from Vermont, Bridport, Vermont, Tyler Audette and Pure Bred Red.
He's in the dairy business up there in Vermont and third generation puller.
He's going to be close to that leader pylon as well. He's trying out some new real estate. He kept that weight transfer device hugging that chalk line over there on the left-hand side.
The Rural King Decision Maker sled has been stopping everybody short, but a good run by Tyler Audette.
And Tyler will slide into the number 2 spot with a distance of 322 feet, .25, 3:22 and 25. New number 2 man over here on our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. Next up over on our infield track, we're going to be looking for Jonathan Payne out of Georgetown, Indiana. And the Ford that he calls Rampage.
This one powered by a Sassy Racing Engines Hemi. So our current leader on the two-wheel drive side, Keith Long with a bullseye at 3:16 and 93. R.J. Simon just pulled into second at 3:12 and 1. Over on the 4-1 side, Dean Halicki, our test puller, with the killing time John Deere at 3:24 and 8. And the purebred red, Tyler Audette, just pulled into second at 3:22 and 2.
Yeah, and when Darren says our test puller, they did reset the sled after John Meyer Jr. made his pass. So John Meyer Jr. didn't technically drop. We reset the sled after his hook. He only went 263 and change, so we lightened up the sled just a little bit. So our new test puller at the time then was Dean Halicki, and he kept his hook. And so far it's turned out well for him. He's our leader, grandstand side, 3:24.80. Meanwhile, on the infield side, once again, Rampage, Jonathan Payne, Georgetown, Indiana with the Ford. Leader pylon on that side is courtesy of Keith Long in the bullseye, 3:16 and 93. I believe he did just shut that off.
Not a good sign.
Well, even though we got a late start tonight, I've been told that we're supposed to have beautiful weather tomorrow. So our 6:30 projected start for tomorrow night should go off without any hitches.
Knock on wood.
That's correct. Okay, while we see what's going on our infield side with Jonathan Payne, let's go back over here on our grandstand side, the Red Express. Jordan Heron out of Winnebago, Illinois.
Sounds like we have some Jordan Herron fans here. Leroy.
Yeah. Another father and son pulling team. Father Ray sometimes pulls, sometimes Jordan doing the driving. Jordan doing the driving this evening.
Jordan spots that sled kind of on the center there, and we saw Tyler Audette drift off to the left as he made his way down the track and pulled into second place.
At the conclusion of our 2025 Silver Series, this is the tractor that finished number 9 in our points at the conclusion last year. All right, from Winnebago, Illinois, pulls a lot with the Badger State pullers, Jordan Herron and the Red Express. Let's see if he can find himself a spot somewhere in that top 3. I know he's not going to take over the lead, but can he find himself a spot to get one of those interviews with Leslie? 308 and 20. 308.20, and that will put him into the number 3 spot. 308 feet, .20. The beautiful Case IH out of Winnebago, Illinois.
You know, Leroy, it may be late, but your eyes are calibrated even at this time of the evening. You see a lot of people between the buckboard of the sled and that Rampage two-wheel drive there trying to figure out exactly what happened there. I don't know if that's a kill switch issue, something with the chain. Got a lot of people working on that, and we'll get that resolved just as quickly as we can here to move forward on our two-wheel drive side. Current leader continues to be Keith Long out of Glasgow, Kentucky with the Bullseye Chevrolet. RJ Simon currently in second.
And don't forget, if you got folks that would want to follow along tonight and watch the free live stream, they can go to YouTube and just punch in IHRA Fendt High Stakes Series. Go to the IHRA YouTube page, go to the Pro Pulling League YouTube page. They can also go to propulling.tv. Number of ways that they can access our event here both tonight and tomorrow night. They can also watch the replay. They can watch the replay from the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals that we had in Louisville, Kentucky back in March, the last weekend in March. That's on the YouTube channels. They can also watch night number 1 in its entirety from West Salem, Ohio. And what we did get in of night number 2.
Yes. We had a great event going up at Toronto Dragway 42 in West Salem on Saturday night, but unfortunately, you know, the weather just came in on us and it just wouldn't stop.
All right, looks like we're going to continue over here on our grandstand side to keep the show moving. Josh Dutton, Darien, Wisconsin. He's another one of those pullers that regularly campaigns with the Badger State pullers. Time for one more. A little bit of play on words, 4.1. Well, this is the 4.1 class, so time for one more. Josh Dutton. This is the tractor that was our runner-up in West Salem, Ohio 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, what a great name for a tractor.
Absolutely.
Beautiful looking IH.
You know, speaking of Badger State pullers, the Badger State guys, they went 1, 2, and 3 in West Salem 2 weeks ago with the Diggin' Deer, John Coots, taking the top spot, and then this tractor is back into the business end. The decision maker sled, time for one more. He was number 2, and then John Meyer Jr., the Meyer Performance R&D, went number 3. All right, let's see what he can do tonight. Josh Dutton, Darien, Wisconsin. Time for one more. Well, he saw what Tyler Audette did, where he started out kind of in the middle of the track and worked his way over to the left-hand side. He's going to see if that would pay off for him.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Leroy. It looks like he's going to pull into the top 5. We'll wait on our laser to get us that distance.
And he lays down a pass of 307.58. 307 feet, 0.58, which will put him into the number 4 spot, 307.58. We saw Tyler Audette earlier in the class, Nick Audette. Utter Obsession. You talked about how the family were dairy farmers, hence the name Utter Obsession for the next one we will see over here on the grandstand side. Also from Bridport, Vermont, as they continue to work on the Rampage two-wheel drive truck over on our infield side of Jonathan Payne, Georgetown, Indiana.
Yeah, Bridport, Vermont, one of those pulling hotbeds, kind of like Farley, Iowa. There's a lot of pullers from Farley, Iowa, a lot of pullers from Bridport, Vermont as well. I went to a pull in Vermont once at the Champlain Valley Expo. It was a really cool venue. You know, you could see the mountains in the background and beautiful country up there in Vermont. A lot of dairy farms.
You know, the venues that they have chosen for our 5 events for our high stakes series, all beautiful venues. Of course, we were in West Salem, Ohio 2 weeks ago, where we had the grandstand on one side and we had the hillside viewing on the other. A very unique setup. And what can you say about the 300 Raceway here? I mean, it's just a fantastic facility. This facility here has been named the PPL Event of the Year past. This one was here. Yeah, the 2022 PPL Pull of the Year was the right here at 300 Raceway. Of course, we also are going to be going to Benson, North Carolina on our next stop.
Yes.
And then Hebron, Ohio, and then wrap up stop number 5 at Milan, Michigan, not too far from your hometown.
Yes, sir. About less than 2 hours from home in Milan, with the Milan Dragway. So Galat Motorsports Park coming up in a few weeks. That is a beautiful facility as well.
All right, let's continue over here on our grandstand side. Nick Audette, Bridport, Vermont, Utter Obsession. They tell us there's a chain issue over on the two-wheel drive. Yeah, they got it figured out. I would say with the support vehicle pulling Jonathan Payne off the track, we'll probably have him drop and bring him back later in the class, which would mean Dale Nelson, Forever Hooked, from Altamont, Illinois, will be up next. And that's exactly what they tell us. Track officials tell us that Rampage will drop to the bottom of the class. So meanwhile, back over here on the grandstand side, Utter Obsession, Nick Audette, Bridport, Vermont. Killing time. Dean Hollicky continues to set the bar over here at 3:24 and 80. We go green on the decision maker sled. Green flag from our track officials. Nick Audette, Bridport, Vermont, Utter Obsession. Ways back from that leader pylon.
Yeah, he salvaged a good hook there, Leroy. I mean, it was rough because you saw the front end come up, come down, come up, come down, come up, come down, and that really steals a lot of your momentum. If you can pick up the front end and carry it, that helps keep a constant hitch height and builds your momentum down the tracks. Nick was able to get a decent hook out of that run.
And he will find himself in the number 5 spot, I believe. No, number 6. Number 6. 287.48. 287.48. 287 feet, .48 for Nick Audette and Utter Obsession. She'll put him into the number 6 spot. So next over on the two-wheel drive truck, as we mentioned, Jonathan Payne is going to drop to the bottom of the class. We'll see Rampage at the end of our two-wheel drives. Dale Nelson, Forever Hooked, Altamont, Illinois. You are due up next. Dale with a Ford called Forever Hooked. It's a funny story about Dale. Shared this a couple weeks ago at West Salem, Ohio. He was out of the pulling business there for a while and decided to get back in it. Bought a two-wheel drive truck from up in New York. And his wife told him that was going to be your last, this is going to be your last truck. So his wife, Linda, he named it Forever Hooked. Okay? Had a wildly successful season on the state circuit with the ITPA, with the Illinois Tractor Pullers Association. Won the points at the state. Got invited to Louisville. Okay? And in between the end of the state pulling season and February, he was working out in his shop with an acetylene torch. Some spark caught a fire, burned his shop down, burned his pulling truck up, burned his motors up. Basically, he lost everything. And so Louisville was kind enough to let him bring Jeremy, his son's truck, to Louisville since he had already qualified. So yeah, that February he pulled the Midnight Gambler and in place of his truck, that obviously burned up. So he wasn't done. So he bought this truck and aptly named it Forever Hooked.
Yes, and you mentioned Louisville, so let's go into a little bit of explanation there. That's the National Farm Machinery Show and Championship Tractor Pull in February at Freedom Hall in Louisville, Kentucky. And then there's also at the Mid-America Trucking Show, there's the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals, which we had the opportunity to present to you back at the end of March. So a lot of great pulling indoors in Louisville in the winter and spring.
Dale comes to us from Altamont, Illinois. Of course, he is the father of a couple pullers we'll see later on in the class. Jeremy Nelson, the Midnight Gambler. And also Jared Nelson, the Midnight Revenger. While we're waiting for Dale to get the hook dropped in the hole and tighten the chain, John Coots, the Diggin' Deer, our $10,000 winner from 2 weeks ago, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin, backing into the sled on the grandstand side.
Yeah, he made history, becoming the first winner in the 4-1 class on the Fendt High Stakes Series. Now, Leroy, looks like he's going to try something different. We've seen people start in the middle and drift left in our 9,500 limited pro class. John Coots going to go far left to start, so we'll see where he ends up distance-wise and on the track.
All right, we're going to go two-wheel drive truck pulling first, however. All right, he rolls the chain tight. Green light on the X-Factor Fendt sled. Green flag from our track officials. Dale Nelson, Forever Hooked, Altamont, Illinois. You were talking about carrying that front end. He got that front end up. We can see it here on the replay shortly. He got that front end up about the 75-foot mark, 100-foot mark, and he carried it all the way down there to his distance. Our current leader continues to be Keith Long and Bullseye. We will see what the laser says. And he goes 308.34, 308 feet, .34, which will put him in the number 3 spot. All right, our $10,000 winner from 2 weeks ago from West Salem, Ohio. He's another one of those Badger State pullers. Tough runner. The Diggin' Deer, John Coots, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. John Deere 4020. Yeah, looks like he will not be going back to back. He's going to end up a little bit short of that leading distance. That's currently sitting at 3:24.80, courtesy of Dean Hollicky. .293 feet, .66, 293 and 66 for the Diggin' Deer out of the Badger State. Total of 8 classes here tonight as we conclude our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors here in a little bit. Our next class will be our super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP. Class number 3 on our grandstand side will be the hot rod semis presented by Mack Trailer. And 4th class grandstand side will be our pro stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. All right, we just saw Dale Nelson. Let's switch to his son, Jeremy Nelson, Sidney, Illinois, the Midnight Gambler. Jeremy was our 2011 points champion.
This truck powered by a Sassy Racing Engine Hemi. Sassy relocated to the Indianapolis area now, so definitely a lot closer for the Nelsons to get their work done there.
Now, I believe this is a 1941 Dodge Panamland. I believe it's a 41. But I'm sure someone's going to text me and correct me. I think it's either a 39 or a 41. But anyway, it's gone through a few body changes over the years, but a few different paint jobs. But Jeremy Nelson, Sidney, Illinois, the Midnight Gambler. Tough run right there. You know, that beautiful truck painted by Jeremy Nelson. He's got his own paint shop there, his own body shop and paint shop, NCP, Nelson Custom Paints. Nelson Custom Products, NCP, right there in rural Sydney.
Yeah, he did really well. He took a truck to the truck show and the pull down there and did very well in the truck show.
Jeremy goes 303 feet and 70, 303.70, 303.70. So that'll currently put him into the number 5 spot. And back over here on the grandstand side, Joey St. Mary out of New York, North Bangor, New York, that is. Cowboy Cadillac.
North Bangor, like in Maine.
North Bangor. Bangor.
Yes, Bangor. North Bangor, New York.
All right, I stand corrected. The Cowboy Cadillac, Joey St. Mary. John Deere 5010.
That big John Deere was gutting it out for everything it had, but I think he's going to come up short of the leaders here tonight. Good run, though, for Joey St. Mary from North Bangor, New York. Our last John Deere in the class.
And he goes 297 feet, .99, 297.99. Which will put him in the number 5 spot. It'll slide right past the Diggin' Deer of John Coots, so 297.99. Just taking a look at our top 3 right now. Dean Hollicky continues to lead, killing time, 3:24 and 80. After we reset the sled, he was the Hypermax test puller. Decided to keep that pull. So far, a wise decision. He's sitting number 1, Purebred Red. Currently number 2, Tyler Audette at 3:22 and 25. And our current number 3 tractor, Red Express, Jordan Heron at 3:08 and 20. All right, back over on the infield side from Edgewood, Iowa. This is the corn burner, Jason Sullivan. This was our 2024 points champion on our Champions Tour for our IHRA Pro Polling League.
Minor Brothers and Adam Custer supplying the horsepower for the corn burner. We'll see Adam Custer later on with his minis in the mini rod division.
And Keith Long continues to lead with the Bullseye Chevrolet. 3:16.93 is the leading distance so far. Don't forget the official farm and home store of the IHRA Pro Polling League, Rural King. For all your farm and home needs, visit your local Rural King store. Stop down underneath the grandstand, get you a free sample of the Full Throttle. We got the original citrus or the apple flavored Full Throttle, the official energy drink of the IHRA Pro Polling League.
Hey, Leroy, what flavor is that you have of Full
I've
Throttle?
got the original citrus. All right, Jason Sullivan, Edgewood, Iowa, and corn burner. We're going to be moving that leader pylon. I think we may have a new leader. We will have to see what the laser has to say. Needed to get past 3:16 and 93.
Yeah, good hook for Jason Sullivan. He kind of waited on it, and then hammered on it and drifted over to this right-hand sideline. So great hook for Jason Sullivan.
Needed to go in excess of 3:16 and 93. How about 3:18 and 51? 318 feet, .51. So yeah, Jerry Nelson over there picks up that leader pylon and moves it on east about 2 feet. New leading distance, 3:18 and 51. All right, Justin Smith, Bell, Missouri, and Moody backing in the sled on our 4-1 tractors, our 95 Limited Pro Stock tractors, presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. You know, you can always get more for your money at Summit Racing Equipment. Summit Racing Equipment is a proud sponsor of the IHRA Pro Polling League. You can find them on the World Wide Web at summitracing.com.
I drove by Summit Racing a couple of weeks ago when we went to Toronto Dragway 42. On my way there, a beautiful facility there at Summit Racing.
All right, from the Show Me State, from Bell, Missouri, Justin Smith and Moody. New leader on our two-wheel drive side. Are we going to have a new leader over here on our grandstand side? He needed to go in excess of 3:24 and change. He's close. .40. 320 feet, .40, which will actually move him into the number 3 spot. 3:20 and 40 for Justin Smith and Moody. Well, we just saw a new leader on our two-wheel drive side from Jason Sullivan at 318.51. Jason was our 2024 points champion. Well, how about our 2022 points champion backing in the sled right now? Mikey White out of Lafayette, Tennessee, and Addiction. I remember that 2022 season. It came down to the final hook at the Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri, between him and Jeremy Nelson. All right, from the Volunteer State from Lafayette, Tennessee, Mikey White and Addiction. Yeah, Jerry Nelson, our track official, he's looking right down there, making sure we're staying in bounds, staying inside those chalk lines.
Yeah, from our vantage point, you could see Mikey White had the steering wheel turned to the left. He wanted to bring it over to the left, and these vehicles all steer with the brakes. When the front end is up in the air, you steer it with the rear brakes, and so it's a challenge sometimes to bring it back around without losing that momentum.
And Mikey will move into the number 4 spot with a pass of 3:11 and 99. 3:11.99. Looking at that replay, he's trying to keep it in bounds. And we did not see any white chalk flying. And we did not see the red flag come flying out from Jerry Nelson. So the official distance is 3:11.99. 3:11.99, which, as I mentioned, puts him into the number 4 spot. Mikey White out of Lafayette, Tennessee, and the Addiction Chevrolet. All right, we saw the 2 Ruthless International earlier in the class. Here is the Ruthless binder, Doug Ruth, also from Downing, Missouri. He went number 4 2 weeks ago. Total of 13 4-1s here tonight. 3 to go. The Ruthless binder, Doug Ruth. Then we'll see Henry DeBicheret, the Hellraiser International Addiction out of Vincennes, Indiana. And then we will wrap up the class with our very first puller of the evening, John Meyer Jr., the Meyer Performance R&D.
Over on our two-wheel drive side, we're just about halfway through on our two-wheel drive side. And Jason Sullivan in the corn burner, your current leader at 3:18 and 5. Keith Long in the bullseye in second at 3:16 and 9.
May have wanted to transfer a little bit of that weight from the back end to the nose. Once he looks at the replay, he's probably going to wish that he had a few more suitcase weights on the front end of that unit. Doug Ruth, the Ruthless binder, Downing, Missouri. .47, 279 feet, .47. You know, the nice thing about these 2-day events, you have another day to redeem yourself. You can find out. We're trying to find out what you did wrong on Friday night and improve on that on Saturday night. Anyway, Doug Ruth, the Ruthless binder, goes 279 and 47. Chad Mayhill, Reynolds, Indiana, and the P5. This was the 5th Petro truck, hence the name P5. Or some people might say it stands for something else, right?
Preparation prevents poor performance. Something along those lines. I may be paraphrasing a bit there, but Chad Mayhill, the man behind CM Pulling Tires, him and his crew. So very, very involved in the sport with the tire aspect.
right, he spins her in right there. Chad Mayhill out of Reynolds, Indiana. Jason Sullivan continues to lead at 3:18 and 51. .307 and 10, 3:07.10 for Chad Mayhill, 3:07.10. And that should put him into the number 7 spot right now, 3:07.10. Meanwhile, 2 tractors left on our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports from Vincennes, Indiana. Down in southern Indiana, Henry DeBicheret, the Hellraiser International Addiction.
Yeah, we have 2 left. Both are red, but our leader is green. Dean Halicki, Waterville, Minnesota at 3:24 and 8.
Who is going to be taking home that big $10,000 check? Actually, $15,500 tonight, because we got the money carried over from last Saturday from West Salem, Ohio. So it's going to be a little bit more than $10,000 here tonight. All right, Henry DeBicheret, Vincennes, Indiana. See if he finds himself a spot somewhere in that top 3, top 4. The green one continues to lead. 3:08.01, 308 feet.01. And just as I thought, that lands him into the top 5, into the number 5 spot for Henry DeBicheret, 3:08.01. Well, we've seen the dad, Dale Nelson, and then we've seen his son, Jeremy Nelson. How about his grandson, Tanner Nelson? Tanner Nelson and Midnight Chaos Reloaded. Tanner from Sydney, Illinois. We will see Tanner a couple times tonight, of course, here in the super modified 2-wheel drive truck class. We will also see him in our mini rod class. He was our points champion in our mini rod class this year.
In his rookie season, if
in his rookie season. He was the youngest PPL champion ever. I believe at the young age of 17 years old. And he's had success on the track and success off the track as well. His high school basketball team, the Unity Rockets, finished number 3 in the state when the state of Illinois in the IHSA. The Midnight Chaos Reloaded out of Sydney, Illinois. Ford Ranger.
Sassy power.
Yeah, he took the seat time away from his mom, from Misty Nelson. Of course, Misty, the daughter of longtime puller John Mumal, who was a multiple-time PPL points champion. 302 and 22. A lot of twos right there. 302.22 for Tanner Nelson in the Midnight Chaos Reloaded. 302.22. All right. Grandstand side. Final puller. Who is going to take home that $10,000 plus additional money from West Salem, the $15,500 for our Friday night show? Is it going to be our current leader, Dean Hollicky, the John Deere out of Minnesota, 324.80, or is it going to go back up to Wisconsin? It went to Wisconsin last week with John Coots, the Diggin' Deer. John Meyer Jr. from Broadhead, Wisconsin, the Meyer Performance R&D. Let's go green one final time in our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. John Meyer Jr. Well, I made the comment off the mic when we could see him drifting to the left. I'm like, oh no, I think he's going out of bounds. And we did see our track official, Mike Etzkorn, unfortunately display that red flag. Let's see if we can see it on our big screen there in the infield. I'm sure he was standing on that brake, doing everything he could to keep it toward the center of the track. Taking a look at the replay here on the big screen. He's drifting left, keeps drifting left. And there you can see across the center line, and Mike Etzkorn, unfortunately, throws the red flag, so will be a DQ for John Meyer Jr. and the Meyer Performance R&D. All right, we'll have your results for our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks.
We do know Leroy for the second year in a row here at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. Dean Halicki is going to take home a big, big check.
All right, we had a total of 13 of them here tonight. We will give you the results as soon as we watch the hook right here of Chad Mayhill. Chad Mayhill, we saw him earlier in the class with the Petro truck, the P5. Here's this truck called Two Timin'. Chad Mayhill, Reynolds, Indiana. All right, let's go green. Oh, he's going to be close to that leader pylon. .318 and 51 is the mark that he needed to beat. And he goes 315.51, 315 feet, .51, 315.51. So new number three man. 315 and 51 for Chad Mayhill. And the two-time Ford out of Reynolds, Indiana.
Over here on the grandstand side, we are getting ready to go super stock four-wheel drive truck pulling. These trucks weigh in at 7,500 pounds, 26-inch drawbar height.
And before we do that, let's talk about our 95 Limited Pro Stock class that just completed. 13 of them here tonight. Number 13, of course, will go to John Meyer Jr. with that DQ. Number 12, Bad to the Bone, Patrick Payne. Number 11, the Ruthless Binder, Doug Ruth. 10, Utter Obsession, Nick Audette. Number 9, Too Ruthless, Dustin Ruth. Number 8 will be our winner from 2 weeks ago, Diggin' Deer, John Coots. He goes 8 tonight. Number 7, the Cowboy Cadillac, Joey St. Mary. Number 6, Josh Dutton, time for one more. And now our top 5. Number 5, the Hellraiser, Henry DeBicheret. He goes the distance of 3:08.01. Number 4, Jordan Herron, the Red Express, 3:08.20. Now our top 3, Justin Smith, Bell, Missouri. He goes number 3 with Moody, 3:20.40. Our runner-up, Tyler Audette, Bridport, Vermont, Purebred Red, 3:22.25. And our $10,000 winner with some additional money from previous week, $15,000 winner, killing time, Dean Holicky, Waterville, Minnesota, 3:24.80. Congratulations, Dean Holicky, our Friday night winner here, 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa.
Yeah, I think Farley, Iowa is fast becoming Dean's favorite pull. 2 years in a row taking home huge checks from here. All right, so again, the Super Stock 4-wheel drive truck, 7,500 pounds, 26-inch drawbar height, 460 cubic inch limit. Engine must come from a 1-ton or smaller truck, and no overhead cams in this class.
Yeah, our test puller, our Hypermax test puller, Trip Hazley, Fairmount, Indiana. Now, I believe he was not at West Salem, Ohio 2 weeks ago because he was having his high school graduation. His grandmother, Patty, was telling me this is the Rock Hard Ram. Of course, the truck made famous by Van Hazley. They will be our Hypermax test puller this evening. Our Super Stock diesel trucks all season long, presented by ARP Automotive Racing Products.
Hypermax Engineering, the legendary diesel performance shop, recently purchased by Colin Ross and Kevin Campbell and moved from Illinois to Pennsylvania. Still offering some great products.
Oh, strong run right there from the Rock Hard Ram. Trip Hazley, Fairmount, Indiana. We will see if we've got the decision maker sled set as if we want it. And if we decide we're going to leave the sled set as is, then Trip can either take that hook, drop to the number 6 spot, or drop to the bottom of the class. We do know that the laser says he went 3:38.
But you were an early hook in the class, and I know that you're a little bit of a nervous guy. What was it like as you had to wait as all those tractors came for you?
Oh, hell, I was nervous as all hell. I thought I was just going to die, plain and simple.
Is that exactly how he was down there?
Yes, it is exactly how he was down there. Maybe even a little worse.
Okay, so you didn't die. You're holding the big check. You got the oil. You got the full throttle. How exciting is this moment for your team?
You know, this carries some momentum into the year right away. And, you know, first off, what a great job by Simons for having this track, especially dealing with the weather.
It was awesome. Congratulations, you and your team. I know a lot of people help you get it done.
Yeah, you know, we want to thank Fendt High Stakes Series for putting this together, IHR Pro Polling, Royal King Fendt, Mac Trailer Summit, ARP, SCS Gearbox, Hot Shots, Apex Turbo, and Full Throttle Energy. I got to thank Jim and Steve at Weimer Performance and all their employees, Carlton Cope and all the guys at the Tractor Depot, Mac Trailers, James Tate, Mike Connie. That group treats us like family. My wife, Chad Mayhill, he's got a good set of tires on my tractor. Lemke's and Profab. This is just awesome. And we got to throw the Simons in there again. We couldn't do it without them.
That is very true. We're a very exciting night for you and your team.
Well, he was heading down toward that leader pylon, and then that X-Factor sled might have had some other ideas.
Yeah, I thought he was on a monster pass and going to take over the lead too, and then the sled stopped him in his tracks.
Well, the 312.02, 312.02. Yeah, the box got to the front of the rails. The pan got down into the track and basically said, that's far enough. So 312.02 for RJ Simon and the Willie Make It Willie's truck from right here in Farley, Iowa. Cream in the crowd, Justin Gerhardt, Circleville, Ohio. He finished number 3 in West Salem, Ohio 2 weeks ago. Dodge truck from out of the Buckeye State. By the way, RJ Simon's distance will put him into the number 5 spot, I believe.
Yeah, RJ very consistent. 312.14 with his other truck for 4th.
One distance in the books over here on our grandstand side. Trip Hazley went 3, 3, 8, and 22. We're going green for Justin Gerhardt. Cream of the crop, Circleville, Ohio. Oh, you could hear it. You could hear it. He got to about the 225, 250 mark, and it seemed like started rolling the coal, putting a throttle to it. Let's see if that's good enough to carry him into the number 1 spot. Needed to go in excess of 338 and change. .333 and 82, 333 feet, .82. And I may have said those first 3 mark distances.
Tonight, this track made drivers do a lot of work, Tyler, and it seemed like you really had to be on your toes out there with it, with how it was making you react to it.
Yeah, we had to hit the brakes and move weight around from what we thought we had to do, threw it into gear, and we were lucky that we were able to come out where we came out.
Yeah, you talked about comparisons. We didn't do any comparisons on the starting line tonight like we did in Dragway 42, did we?
No, compared it from last year here, and then we threw that out the window and said, well, it's like a Northeast track. It's not the best, but we'll make do, and we were able to make it work for us.
Yeah, podium's pretty exciting for you guys. Makes those long miles worth it for you and your team.
Yeah, very much, especially after last week when I gave away the winning run to come back and only do 8th. Very, very happy with tonight.
Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Fendt, Pro Poling League, Mack Trailers, ARP, SCS Gearbox, Hot Shot Secrets, Apex Turbo, Full Throttle Energy, G-Stone Commercials, Salabean Performance, Pat and Ryan, Cape Open Sons Trucking, Crone, and everybody that helps on the farm to keep that place going while we're here playing.
Going to wind up a little bit short of that leader pylon, but nonetheless a strong run for Bethany. And Bethany goes 3:06 and 26, 306 feet, .26. .306 and 26 for Bethany Nelson and Sweet Revenge. Well, you know, we were talking about the indoor pole in Louisville, Kentucky at Freedom Hall in March. The Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. If you happen to be there in person or watching it on the live stream, you would have seen this truck right here was the winner on their super stock diesel trucks. Of course, we're talking about the flammable Chevrolet out of New Franken, Wisconsin. Marshall DeBrew. We'll see his dad later on in our hot rod semis. Ryan DeBrew with Playing with Fire.
Yeah, this young man in his first year driving this truck and just doing an incredible job all season long.
Yeah, he finished number 5 in West Salem 2 weeks ago. We'll see what he can do tonight. Marshall DeBrew, New Franken, Wisconsin, in the flammable Chevrolet. Spins are in right there.
So, Justin, you were a little bit further down in the order, and you were kind of able to watch and learn. What did you see on the track developing, and how were you able to make changes to put yourself on the podium tonight?
Well, we noticed that they were having a hard time hooking up out of the holes, so we paid really close attention to where we were going to spot the sled at. That did get a little bit better, but not a lot better, so we kind of split the tracks and just, tried to move a little bit of weight back and compensate for that, and it worked out.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just a really long hook for everybody out there tonight.
Yeah, it was just tough. I noticed early in the class the whole shot was really bad. About 150 guys were hooking up, so that kind of changed things on a gear selection because you had to pick the right gear to work throughout the whole run, and a lot of it's just luck, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but a lot of it's just knowing what to try and making it work. Congratulations to you and your team tonight.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Full Tilt Performance for doing our work on our tractor, Hart's Diesel, Rodney Sticker, Market Hawthorne Tire. Big shout out to John Christie, the whole Pro Pulling League. This thing is amazing what they've done here. It's going to change pulling, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Thanks to Fendt for being a title sponsor, Hot Shot Secret. We're using these products that they're sponsoring us with, and it's working for us. So we really appreciate all the sponsorship. And big shout out to Simons. I mean, this thing could have been a catastrophe, and they did an amazing job. The whole crew, the whole PPL crew is doing great. I love it. So we're just glad to be here.
Looks like he is not going to repeat. We will not have back-to-back $10,000 winners in our two-wheel drive trucks. Going to end up short of that leading distance that Jason Sullivan currently has of 3:18 and 51. Evan Anderson goes 305 feet, .09, 3:05.09. So once again, playing dirty. Evan Anderson goes 3:05.09 on our two-wheel drive truck side. On our four-wheel drive truck side, Terry Biggs. Terry Biggs comes to us from Noblesville, Indiana. Not only was he our 2025 points champion on our Champions Tour for our PPL, he was also our $10,000 winner in West Salem, Ohio. So he pretty much started his 2026 pulling season how he finished his 2025 outdoor pulling season.
Yeah, that's how you back up a championship. Come out the first hook and win a big check. Looking to make it 2 in a row.
Well, he's going to need to get past Trip Hazley. Trip Hazley was our option puller, our Hypermax option puller with the Rock Hard Ram. He went 338.22. So let's see what Terry Biggs can do. Deadpool. Dodge out of Noblesville, Indiana. Now, you're going to say, when did Dodge go to a blue oval on their logo? But, yeah, my sheet says Dodge, but I knew as soon as I said it, that's a Ford. Terry Biggs. Sorry about that, Ford fans. You can see it right there on the well, he backs up the points champion last year in his win last week with taking the lead here this week. 3:49.39. 3:49.39.
He takes the lead with authority.
Yeah, the dude's on a roll.
Feet.
How you like that, Ford fans? 3:49.39, the new mark to beat over here on our four-wheel drive super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP. Another member of the Midnight Motorsports, Jared Nelson. As we mentioned, Bethany, three-time points champion. Jared as well is a three-time points champion. He went back-to-back in 2016 and 2017, and he also won the points last year, our 2025 points champion. Comes to us from Altamont, Illinois, the Midnight Revenger. 4 trucks left. The Midnight Revenger, Jared Nelson. Playing hooky, Evan Anderson. After Hours, Jonathan Payne. And then Rampage, Jonathan Payne.
Sassy racing engine supplying the horsepower for the Midnight Revenger.
Well, Jason Sullivan lets out another sigh of relief. He just dodged another one, another strong running truck. Because looks like Jared Nelson will end up short of that current leader pylon. 303.24, 303 feet.24.
Yeah, Jason Sullivan trying to win a hometown pole, and as we talked about, sport truck and tractor pole.
Top 3 right now on our two-wheel drive side. Two Timon sits at 3:15.51 bullseye. 3:16.93 is our number 2 truck, and our current leader, Corn Burner, Jason Sullivan, 3:18.51. This was our runner-up in West Salem, Ohio. The Cummins Killer number 3, Craig Dickey, comes to us from River Falls, Wisconsin, a GMC. We will see the Cummins Killer number 2 a little bit later in the class. This one is Cummins Killer number 3. I believe he has the only 2 GMC entries on our super stock diesel trucks in our Fendt High Stakes Series.
Yes, and both of them are Duramax powered GMCs. V8 Duramax.
Once again, the new leading distance courtesy of Terry Biggs. The leader pylon sits at 3:49 and 39. Here comes the Cummins killer, Craig Dickey, River Falls, Wisconsin. Cummins killer number 3. Yeah, we're going to be moving that pylon. We are going to have a new leader. We're going to see what the laser says, but I know it's going to be in excess of 349 where it's sitting right now.
Yeah, monster pass from Craig Dickey. Looks like he wanted to take that sled home with him to Wisconsin.
How about if we just add 10 feet to that leading distance? We were at 349 and change. How about 359 and 83? 359 feet, .83 as we look at the replay on the big screen coming right at you. .359 feet, .83. Craig Dickey in the Cummins killer number 3 takes over that top spot. All right, so Evan Anderson. We saw him earlier in the class with playing dirty. Here's playing hooky. Adams, Tennessee.
Jason Sullivan continues to lead with the corn burner, 3:18 and 51 on the two-wheel drive side. Going to end up short of that leader pylon. So our last two trucks will both be Jonathan Payne with the After Hours and Jonathan Payne with the Rampage. 297.05 is the mark laid down by Evan Anderson and playing hooky. 297 feet, .05. Kent Crowder coming in, the first entry that we're going to see from the Scheid Diesel pulling team. Speaking of Scheid Diesel, the Scheid Diesel Extravaganza started out many years ago in Terre Haute, Indiana at the Wabash Valley Fairgrounds, and then it for several years moved over to the Wagler Motorsports Park in Lyons, Indiana. Well, breaking news, it is back in Terre Haute at the Terre Haute Action Track there at the Wabash Valley Fairgrounds. Mark your calendars for August 28th and August 29th, the Scheid Diesel Extravaganza, one of our big events on our 2026 IHRA Pro Pulling Series. And speaking of Scheid Diesel, Kent Crowder runs the Scheid Diesel shop there in Attica, Indiana. Actually, the son-in-law of Dan Scheid. He is a 5-time points champion with the IHRA PPL. He won it in 2017, 2019, and in 2020, 2023, and also 2024. Strong run and dodge.
Is it strong enough to knock the Cummins killer, number 3, off that top spot? 3:59 and 83 is the current leading distance. All right, from Attica, Indiana, Kent Crowder and the Scheid Diesel Dodge.
Good hook for Kent Crowder. Not going to take over the lead, but a good solid hook for him.
And Kent Crowder goes 333 feet, 0.57, 333.57. That'll put him in the number 5 spot. 333 and 57 for Kent Crowder in the Scheid Diesel Dodge out of Attica, Indiana. All right, the last 2 trucks on our two-wheel drive side. 18 of them here tonight. We've seen 16 of them. The last 2 will belong to Jonathan Payne. This is his first entry after hours. And then we will wrap up the class with Jonathan Payne and Rampage. Jonathan comes to us from Georgetown, Indiana. So Jason Sullivan got 2 trucks to dodge before he can take home that big check for his Dodge.
I was going to say that was a good play on words, Leroy.
I didn't mean to do it, but after I said that, 2 trucks to Dodge, I thought, you know what, Jason Sullivan drives a Dodge, so totally unintended. Jonathan Payne and the Ford after hours on our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. He's going to end up short of that current lead as well, so 1 to go. At the conclusion of our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks, class number 2 over on the infield side will be our mini rod tractors presented by SCS Gearbox, and they tell us he goes 299.50, 299 and 50. So top 3 right now remain Corn Burner 318.51, Bullseye number 2 316.93, and Chad Mayhill 2 Timon 315 and 51. That is our current top 3 with 1 truck to go on our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks, which will be Jonathan Payne and Rampage, Georgetown, Indiana. Meanwhile, on our super modified, or excuse me, super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP. American Pride, Keith Witt out of Warrenton, Missouri. Normally you would see 2 trucks out of the Keith Witt stable. The cross-wired truck, unfortunately, is a scratch this evening. All right, let's go green. Keith Witt, American Pride, Warrenton, Missouri. get the front of the sled past that leader pylon. Strong run right there for the American Pride Dodge.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door, Leroy. I'm not going to make the call from up here, but that is a really, really strong run.
3:59.83 is where the leader pylon sits right now. He will move into the number 2 spot with a pass of 3:53 and 77, 353 feet, .77.
And we are down to 1 on our two-wheel drive side.
Yes, we are. Who's going to take home that $15,000? $10,000 of the regular money, plus the money split up from the previous week at West Salem, Ohio. Now, you might ask, why do they not get $20,000 since the show got rained out on Saturday night? Well, that's because we paid rainout points, rainout money to every competitor that was on site. Got their regular purse money from Friday night, and then they got the guaranteed rainout money for the Saturday night show that they could not complete. So you had that same question? Yeah, that answers the question right there. So 1 to go on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks.
Will it be a Dodge or will it be a Ford? Jonathan Payne, the Ford out of Georgetown, Indiana, the Rampage.
All right, while we are waiting on Jonathan Payne to come into the sled on our infield side, let's go back over here on our grandstand side. Xander Lee, all the way from the Lone Star State from Houston, Texas, and calm.
Xander, a recent high school graduate, going to start early at Texas A&M here in a couple of weeks in July. Continue his education at Texas A&M. Now, Leroy, we talked about this back at the Durana Dragway 42 in West Salem, Ohio. This is a brand new truck. They just totally rebuilt this truck, an O'Brien diesel engine in it. We'll see his dad Cody come up later, and Xander and Cody and their crew chief Philip campaigning these trucks all summer long on the Fendt High Stakes Series. This is stop number 2 of 5. Our next stop, we're going to Benson, North Carolina, to the Durana Dragway down there, and that's July 10th and 11th. And then we'll go to National Trail Raceway in Hebron, Ohio, and then we will be back in Milan, Michigan to close it all out at the end of September.
All right, all the way from Houston, Texas, and here is calm Xander Lee on our super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP.
This young man in his young pulling career already has wins in 8 states.
one final time on our two-wheel drive truck side. Jonathan Payne and Rampage. Georgetown, Indiana. And he goes 312 even, 312.00. 312.00. So congratulations, Jason Sullivan and the corn burner. All right, let's go green over here on our grandstand side. And here comes Kong. Xander Lee, Houston, Texas. He's going to be close to that leader pylon as well. Nice run right there for Xander Lee. Going to be a 12th man going to Texas A&M. Be the 12th man down there.
Yes, and that truck is sponsored by Senpico and the Texas 12 Ranch.
And he goes 351 feet, 0.73, 351.73, which should put him into the number 3 spot, 351 and 73. All right, our two-wheel drive truck classic just completed. There was 18 of them here tonight, 18. Let's go top 10 on up, shall we? 10th place will go to Chad Mayhill in the P5. Number 9, Tony Tatum, the Parts City Auto Parts. Number 8, Dale Nelson, Forever Hooked. Number 7, Mikey White, Lafayette, Tennessee with Addiction. Number 6, Jonathan Payne, Rampage. And now our top 5, R.J. Simon, Farley, Iowa. Will he make it? Goes number 5 at 312.02. R.J. Simon also goes number 4 with a Simon Says Chevy at 312.14. Our top 3 goes like this. Two-time and Chad Mayhill. He's number 3 at 315 and 51. Keith Long, Bullseye. He was number 3 2 weeks ago. He goes number 2 this week. Keith Long, Glasgow, Kentucky, Bullseye, 316.93. And taking home the big check, and I mean big check. Corn burner Jason Sullivan from right here, Edgewood, Iowa, winning pass of 318.51. Congratulations, Jason Sullivan, our Friday night winner at the 300 Raceway right here in Farley, Iowa. So on the infield side, we're going to get the big sled moved out of the way and bring in our small sled, our mini rod sled, and get geared up for our mini rod class presented by SCS Gearbox. I believe we've got 16 of them here this evening. Kansas Twister, Logan Stevens, Lewisburg, Kansas. He will be our Hypermax test puller as we start the class. Brett Berg will be number 2, Adam Kester, then Tyler Slaw, Logan Stevens again, Abby Leichner, Jed Leichner, Bruce Slaw, Todd Boltman, Tanner Nelson, Mike Evans, Adam Kester again, then Brett Berg, Jeremy Smith, Adam Kester once again, and then Jeremy Nelson. That is the order of pull for our mini rod tractors presented by SCS Gearbox. So let's just get going right away, shall we? Logan Stevens, the Kansas Twister, comes to us from Lewisburg, Kansas. He will be our Hyper Max test puller. Yeah, go ahead.
Hypermax Engineering, now based in Pennsylvania. Colin Ross and Kevin Campbell moving that to Pennsylvania from Illinois. Still the same legendary performance from Hypermax Engineering. Well,
fortunately, being the test puller, you do have the opportunity to turn down the hook. And I would say that's what exactly Logan Stevens is going to want to do.
Yes, absolutely. No doubt about it. We don't have to question this one.
And, you know, the other thing that comes into play is, did he get out of the throttle before the 100-foot mark? We know the laser got him at 110 and change, but he may have drifted out that far. He may have got out of the throttle before that 100-foot mark. So he's going to drop to last. They are going to move him to the bottom of the class. He's going to exercise his option and drop last. So no official distance in our mini rod tractors. So let's go back over to our super stock diesel tractor.
So your folks relatively close tonight, Chad. How were you able to transfer information from one truck to the other to put yourself on the podium tonight?
We was one truck in between us, P5. We was a little light on the front end, kind of had an idea, kind of sucked me a little bit to the right, but was able to drive through it and stay in bounds, end up ninth with that truck, but two-time we kind of applied, shot a little bit.
Of the team trucks that we talk about, just being able to be out there on the track, to feel it, you know, where everybody else is just guessing.
Yeah, it's we can usually, if we're not very good pullers if we can't better ourselves.
I mean, that's a great point. You got a lot of people that make this happen, though. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. This Fendt high stakes thing's a pretty big deal for us. We've never ran for this kind of money, you know, and IHRA, Pro Polling, John Christie, Leslie herself, you know, that crew's doing awesome things. Rule King Fendt, Mac Trailers, Summit, ARP, SCS, Hot Shot Secret, Apex Turbo, Full Throttle Energy Drinks. Need to thank Jesse and Kathy Petro with the Petro family for trusting me to do what we do with these things. This is actually the 10th year that I've ran the two-timing truck, which we rebuilt in 18, and then the P5 truck, you know, since. So my family, it's the drive that makes us do what we do. We've got a good group of guys at the shop with CM pulling tires that keep everything going while we can go play. So yourself, you know, that doing awesome things. Rule King Fendt, Mac Trailers, Summit, ARP, SCS, Hot Shot Secret, Apex Turbo, Full Throttle Energy Drinks. Need to thank Jesse and Kathy Petro with the Petro family.
All right, back over on our mini rod side. No official distance yet. Logan Stevens, the Kansas Twister, got it twisted a little bit out there on the track. So we'll be looking for Brett Berg and the Cash Cow out of Farmington, Minnesota. We will see Brett Berg twice tonight in this class. We'll see him 3 times tonight. Yes. Twice in the mini rod class and then once in a modified class, super modified. We'll see him here with the Cash Cow and then with the North American Trailer mini rod. And then, of course, the Rink Seed Moneymaker in our super modified tractor class later on this tonight. Or maybe in the morning.
I'm thinking, yeah, definitely in the morning. Now, Brett Berg got his start in the super stock class, winning poles actually a year before he was old enough to legally compete. Sassy Racing engines powering this Cash Cow out of Farmington, Minnesota. Modern machine chassis.
right there. We will have a distance now for our mini rod tractors. Brett Berg, Farmington, Minnesota. $306 even. $306 even. All right, back over here, grandstand side. Cummins Killer number 3 currently in the lead at 359.83. Here's Cummins Killer number 2, Craig Dickey, River Falls, Wisconsin. See if he can get a second truck up there in the top 3. First one was a GM.
Just slow our tires down, drop the tire pressure, and maybe soften the motor up a little. I might have softened it up a little too much, but it worked.
Well, and like that's opposite of what everybody thinks, that, you're going to need more power, but sometimes you just got to apply it right.
Well, you've got to get that sled started. And if you kick the tires out from under, you're not going to go anywhere. So I drove a long ways there, and it kind of hopped and bounced, but I had to wait under to hook up.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see you come back after having an absence from this class for so long, and you're right back on the podium.
I tell you what, we're loving it. I believe we're having more fun now than we've ever had.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he had a significant glow there. You can see it underneath his front wheel well. Need a pull off, please. Need a pull off for the Cummins Killer 2, Craig Dickey. 176.69, 176 feet, 0.69. All right, back over on our mini rod side. Adam Kester, Footloose. Adam Kester from Waitsville, Indiana. Of course, the Footloose name. His father, Larry Kester, for many, many years. Multiple-time national points champion.
Yes, this tractor obviously powered by a Minor Brothers racing engine. Adam now building Minor Brothers engines in Waitsville, Indiana. Modern machine chassis. Looking to go farther than 306 that Brett Berg just laid down.
Adam Kester hooked to the business end of that sled, and then we will see Tyler Slaw, our $10,000 winner from 2 weeks ago in West Salem, Ohio. Yeah, I think we're going to be moving that leader flag. The current lead was sitting at 306 even, courtesy of Brett Berg. I think that we're going to pick up that leader pylon and move it east just a little bit. We'll see what the laser has to say. Yeah, just as we thought. 314.22, 314 feet, 0.22, 314 and 22. All right, so we are in weekend number 2 of our Fendt High Stakes Series, night number 1 here at the 300 Raceway. And we are glad to be joined here in the booth. Stacy Anthony with Fendt Ag Revolution. Now, Fendt Ag Revolution, I know you don't have any stores in Iowa, but you got 12 stores throughout the Midwest, 12 stores through 4 states, along with that 61 mobile trucks. You do a unique thing. You bring the dealership right to the farm.
Yeah, that's right, Leroy. We do, and we're excited to be here tonight at 300 Raceway. And man, these Simon boys, they have quite the operation here, so it's been really impressive. But you're right, we have 12 dealerships, 61 mobile trucks across southern Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. We did approach the market with a much different approach. Instead of, I spent 27 years on the John Deere side of the business, and we we did about 90% of our business inside the brick and mortar. Today, we believe in brick and mortar where it's strategically placed, but we do 90% of our business on the farm in the field. So we take the dealership to the farm, saving the customer the freight, the hassle, the chasing, all of that kind of stuff to the dealership, and we just bring it right to you. We just personalize it and bring it right to you, and that's what farmers told us they wanted. That's what we're doing, and over the last 5 years, we've continued to experience exponential growth, and the farmers continue to ratify that they like this model.
We're going to expand on that in just a little bit, Stacy, but first let's look at Brady Ingram. This is the second entry from the Scheid Diesel team. Brady Ingram, the Scheid Diesel Dodge from Farina, Illinois. He went number 4 2 weeks ago in West Salem, Ohio. Current leader continues to be the Cummins Killer number 3, Craig Dickey at 3:59.83. Here's Brady Ingram for Rina, Illinois in the Scheid Diesel Dodge. Well, he's going to be close to that leader pylon. Did he get it past that 3:59 mark? We'll see what the laser has to say. And he goes 353.70, 353 feet, .70, which will put him in the number 3 spot, 353.70. Next up on the mini rod side, we're going to be looking for Tyler Schlaw, Have No Mercy. Meanwhile, we're up here in the booth once again with Stacy Anthony with Fendt Ag Revolution. Now, Stacy, you're talking about your service trucks. Now, you guys don't just service Fendt equipment. My understanding, all makes and models, no matter if it's red, green, whatever.
Yeah, that's right. So we decide that when we approach the market, that when we walk onto your farm and we finish fixing that AGCO machine or that Fendt machine, we're also going to look around and see what else might need to be done. So we're brand agnostic when it comes to service and repairs. So we'll work on anything. John Deere, Case, Kloss, whatever you might have, we're here to be a full solutions provider for sure. I just want to say, hey, you know what? We also have one of our dealer comrades here tonight helping out, sponsoring this event with Raider Equipment Company, and we just really appreciate getting to know them tonight and got to meet those guys. They're great guys. They've got a display in the booth outside here with Fendt tractor and a Massey tractor here, so hats off to those guys.
All right there. That was our $10,000 winner from 2 weeks ago.
Tyler Schlaw, the Monster Pass, looking to make it 2 weeks in a row.
Needs to go in excess of 314 and change to take over that top spot. And that's exactly what he does. 324 and 77. 324.77. New leader, 324 and 77. So, yeah, as Stacy was mentioning, the local Fendt dealer, who's also a sponsor here at Raceway, the Raider Brothers. So, if you're over in the southern Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky area, look up Stacy Anthony in the Fendt Ag Revolution. If you're over here in the Iowa area, look up the Raider Brothers for all your Fendt needs.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I think they're good guys, and they'll do you a good job. And it's just great to be in the booth tonight with some of the best voices in motorsports, and Leroy and Darren and the crew here. They're some of the best there is. So it's just great to have you guys supporting the sport, and we really appreciate what you do.
Well, thanks for the kind words, Stacy, and we thank for your sponsorship with the Fendt High Stakes Series. So let's keep on moving on here. We saw earlier in the class his son. Here is the father, Cody Lee, One Nation out of Houston, Texas. Man, we've got several right there in that 350 mark. But the big number, 359.83. That's the one that everyone's shooting for. That's the current lead, Craig Dickey, the Cummins Killer number 3 out of River Falls, Wisconsin. That's where the leader pylon sits. Beautiful, beautiful truck right here out of the Lone Star State, out of Houston, Texas, the Dodge. Cody Lee and One Nation.
Yeah, the body and the weight box are the only thing left of this truck. I mean, all brand new for 2026. Sponsored by Senpico Lubricants and the Texas 12 Ranch.
Beautiful truck right there out of the Lone Star State, the One Nation Dodge. Cody Lee out of Houston, Texas. .321 feet even, 321 even for Cody Lee. Next up, we'll be looking for Eric Stacy, the Smokin' Ya HD Chevrolet out of Winchester, Ohio, on our super stock diesel truck sled. Over on our SCS Gearbox mini rod sled, the Wheatland Express Mini, Logan Stevens. We saw him first puller in the class with a Kansas Twister, got a little sideways. See if he can make a straight shot here. Our new leader on our infield side, Tyler Slaw, Zeeland, Michigan, 324 and 77. The Have No Mercy mini rod. Chris over here on the right-hand side, Jerry Nelson, our track official, getting a good look at that chalk line, but he did stay inbounds. So we'll see where the laser shoots the distance at. 3:03 and 20. 3:03.20 for Logan Stevens and the Wheatland Express Mini. Abby Leichner, Archie, Missouri, you're up next.
So, Jason, was it the crowd? Was it being close to home? Was it all the support that you had? What was it that was able to push you to the top today?
Oh, I mean, these guys all helped me for sure. Best thing, just being able to watch a few guys. We teamed up with RJ. He had the blue truck went first. That helped us get the setup for the green one. That helped out quite a bit.
Yeah, you were out here looking at the truck. It was still raining. I'm sitting in the car staying dry, and you're out here getting wet, kind of watching things. Do you think that an attentive eye on the track helped you as well?
Yeah, either that or just keeps me calm too. But no, we just keep an eye on where everybody was going. We decided to actually move it to the right. We took the lead, and when you can take the lead with this bunch of groups, with this bunch of trucks, that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, really exciting to take home the win, especially so close to home. And all these people here, congratulations to you and your team.
Yeah, I got a lot of people to thank. Definitely got to thank Brandon and RJ for even making this happen. I mean, they went through a lot to get this done. The whole Simon Says pulling team, RJ, Brandon, help us out. We work together back and forth. I got to thank Fendt, Rule King, Mac Trailer, Summit, SCS. I got to throw a shout out to Extreme Tire. He cut our tires. Normally I thank people at home, but they're actually all with me, so I got to thank everybody behind me. Yeah, just thanks to everybody that helps out with this thing.
Yeah, quite a night for you guys.
Yep, thank you.
right, Eric Stacy, the Smoking HD Chevrolet out of Winchester, Ohio. We go green on the sled. Green flag from our track officials. .359.83 continues to be the mark to beat.
Eric Stacy looking for some fresh dirt, moved over towards the center of the track a little bit more. We've seen a lot of our competitors in the four-wheel drive class over on that left-hand sideline. So Eric Stacy trying something different to get out in front of that 359 mark with the Cummins Killer 3.
And his mark is 341 and 89, 341.89, which I believe should put him in the number 6 spot. 341 and 89. $16 trucks here tonight. One was a scratch. The crosswire truck was a scratch. So 15 competitors we've seen. 13 of them. 2 to go. Chase Eller, the caretaker, Lafayette, Tennessee, and then we will wrap up the class with Nick Gillette, Fostoria, Ohio, the top shelf. That will be our final 2 competitors in our super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP, and then we will go semi-pulling our Mack trailer hot rod semis. That is over here on our grandstand side. Meanwhile, on our infield track, Abby Leichner, Archie, Missouri, and the Dirt Slinger. Of course, we will see her father, Bill Leichner, in the full-blown Dirt Slinger, the 4-engine modified, later on tonight. Tyler Slaw's our leader, 324 and 77. Right there for Abby Leichner, the Dirt Slinger out of Archie, Missouri.
.324 and 77. Tyler Slaw continues to lead.
And Abby goes 309.01, which will put her into the number 3 spot. 309.01. She's a former points champion, by the way. Back in 2019, she was a points champion on the Bobcat Junior, which we will see next with her brother Jet Leichner. As we see her replay right there, 309.01, which will currently put her in the number 3 spot. 309.01. Back over here, grandstand side. 2 trucks left. From Lafayette, Tennessee, the caretaker, Chase Eller with the Dodge. Does anybody have anything for that GMC?
That Duramax power sitting up top at 359.
Did he find himself a spot in the top 3? Strong run right there out of the Volunteer State from Lafayette, Tennessee. Chase Eller, the caretaker. It does put him in the top 5. It puts him in the number 5 spot at 3:51 and 26. 3:51.26. So it's all going to come down between a GMC and a Ford. Nick Gillette, top shelf, will be our final competitor in our Super Stock Diesel Trucks presented by ARP. Nick Gillette, top shelf, will be our final competitor. We'll go green one more time on the grandstand side. We are in the midst of our mini rod class on our infield side. Mini rod tractors presented tonight and all season long by SCS Gearbox. Well, we just saw Abby Leichner. How about her big brother? One of her big brothers. She's got a couple big brothers. 3 big brothers, actually. Jed Leichner here, the Bobcat Jr.
Our mini rod class, those tractors weighing in 2,050 pounds, a 13-inch drawbar, 575 cubic inch blown engines. If you run a 1071 supercharger, you're limited to 45% overdrive. If you run an 871 or smaller, you can crank that up to 65% overdrive. Tyler Slaw sitting up top at 324 and 7. The Have No Mercy out of Zeeland, Michigan, trying to make it 2 wins in a row in the Fendt High Stakes Series.
The Bobcat Jr. was our 2019 points champion in our mini rod class. Here's the Bobcat Jr. tonight. Jed Leichner.
Brad Anderson Power, a Boer chassis from the Netherlands.
Strong run there, and will not be enough to knock Tyler Slaw out of that lead. .313 feet, .23, 313 and 23. That will move him into the number 3 spot, 313.23. So let me be the first to tell the ones here in the Central Time Zone, good morning, good Saturday morning as we cross the midnight hour here in Farley, Iowa at 300 Raceway. Final puller in our Super Stock Diesel Trucks presented by ARP. Nick Gillette, top shelf, Astoria, Ohio. Now, let's go back a few years. How many remember the commercial from Gillette? What was their slogan? The best a man can get, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, we'll see if this is the best that we can get here with Nick Gillette. His best needs to be basically 360 feet. Because 359.83 is where the Cummins Killer number 3, Craig Dickey in that GMC, has got the leader pylon sitting. By the way, they tell us on the mini rod sled, we're going to see Show No Mercy next, Bruce Slaw, but then Stress Relief, Todd Boltman. After him, he's having a few mechanical issues, and we're going to drop him to the bottom of the class. Okay, so we'll get to that when we get back over on our mini rod side. But over here, grandstand side, Super Stock Diesel Trucks, top shelf, Nick Gillette.
Grain farmer by trade, been pulling since 2016.
Let's go green one final time in our Super Stock Diesel Trucks presented by ARP from Fostoria, Ohio. The top shelf Ford, Nick Gillette. Just from looking up here, Darren, I believe the Cummins Killer number 3, the GMC is going to take the win. But first we have to see what the laser says.
Yes, we better wait on the laser.
And the laser tell us that Craig Dickey is the winner. Top shelf Nick Gillette goes 343.97, 343 feet, .97. So congratulations, Craig Dickey, River Falls, Wisconsin. The GMC called the Cummins Killer number 3. We'll be taking home that big check tonight. We'll have your rundown for our ARP Super Stock Diesel Trucks right after we see Bruce Slaw, Show No Mercy. He goes number 3 2 weeks ago. Now, Bruce took a little bit of time off from pulling.
He did.
Yeah.
Not by choice.
No, not by choice. Had a little bit of mishap on a snowmobile accident. Put him out of commission for a while. But we are glad to see Bruce back out on the track. And as I mentioned 2 weeks ago when we were at Dragway 42, his son Tyler took home the number 1 spot. And then Jeremy Nelson was number 2, and then Bruce went 3. Here he is tonight. New chassis this year for Bruce Slaw. Not sitting as far forward as he had, on those typical Slaw chassis.
Yes, we saw the raw alcohol come pouring through the pipes there on that Brad Anderson Hemi.
Bruce Slaw goes 307.30. 307.30. 307 feet, .30. All right, our Super Stock Diesel Trucks. 15 of them here tonight. Ironically, Craig Dickey is going to go last and first, okay? He's going to go number 15 with the Cummins Killer 2, but let's just go 10th on up, all right? Antler Addiction goes number 10, Ben Shemp. Number 9, the Rock Hard Ram, Trip Hazley. 8th place, Smokin' Ya HD, Eric Stacy. Number 7, Nick Gillette and the Top Shelf Ford. Number 6, Terry Biggs, our winner 2 weeks ago. He goes number 6 tonight. Now our top 5. 5th place will go to the Caretaker, Chase Eller, with a distance of 351.26. Number 4, Xander Lee, the Kong truck out of Texas, 351.73. Number 3, Brady Ingram, the Scheid Diesel Dodge, 353.70. Our runner-up, Keith Witt, Warrenton, Missouri. Runner-up distance, 353.77. And our winning pass, that beautiful GMC out of River Falls, Wisconsin. The Cummins Killer number 3, 359.83. He is our winner, Craig Dickey, with our ARP Super Stock Diesel Trucks. Congratulations, Craig.
Leroy, you just said good morning to your friends here in the Central Time Zone. Good morning to my friends back home in the Eastern Time Zone. Is there a better way to start the day than going hot rod semi-pulling?
How about that? Mack Trailer sponsors our hot rod semis all season long. And,
We have 10 of them here tonight. 7 of them are Peterbilts. We have 2 Macks and 1 Kenworth. So 8 out of the 10 pack our trucks.
We're going to start out with the entry out of the Bluegrass State, out of Owenton, Kentucky, the Peterbilt called Limitless Monty Craig Mile.
These trucks come in at 20,000 pounds, 18-inch jaw bar, have to be stock appearing.
Bonnie Craig Mallon will be our Hypermax test puller, the Limitless Peterbilt out of Owenton, Kentucky. We will see if we have the sled set as we want it, and if so, Bonnie Craig Mile can take that pass, drop the sixth, or drop to the bottom. We have a distance of 313.84. We're going to see what we're going to do with that distance, but 313.84.
On our, I guess that's the north track.
Yeah, on our infield track. He lives about 4 miles from my driveway. Of course, Tanner Nelson. This is the entry from the Midnight Motorsports. You know, they got all the two-wheel drive trucks. So this is a mini rod, you know, a smaller vehicle. So we call this one Half Past Midnight. This is the defending points champion after the 2025 season on the PPL Champions Tour. The youngest points champion in PPL history, I've been told. Tanner Nelson, Sydney, Illinois. We saw him in the two-wheel drive trucks with Midnight Chaos Reloaded.
And he's a little bit ahead of schedule here, too. It's only 12:10, not 12:30.
Yeah. Well, he backs out of it. Something he didn't like. He has that option of doing that, and got out of the throttle prior to getting past that 100-foot mark. So our track official, Kurt Simmons, over there to talk to him.
Yeah, this is another Bohr chassis from the Netherlands and a Sassy racing engine.
You know, Brady, for you, you were a little bit later on in the class, and you got to kind of watch a few. What changes were you able to make to put yourself in this position tonight?
Well, it kind of looked like everybody was getting on a little bit harder out of the hole, was seeming to get out there a little further. So we tried to drive a little bit harder, and it paid off tonight.
It definitely did. And the thing that was really cool about this is it seemed like it was a real power track for your class.
Yes. And, I mean, RJ, the crew that put this track together after all the rain we had, hands down, I mean, really good work. I can't wait tomorrow, be in the sunshine. But, you know, for all the rain we had to make it turn to this and get that much power, and, you know, our whole class was so close, that puts on a really good show.
That, and it just gives you that much more confidence in all those changes that you made, that they're really working for you.
Oh, yes. I tell you what, Dad, all the guys back at Shy Diesel that had a hand in this truck, Dan Scheid, you know, Joe, he built a new engine. I mean, that thing's running great right now. Hart's Turbo, Nichols Tire, Nate out at Sandridge, Larry and Lisa with ProFab. You know, I mean, all the fans here that came in the rain, you know, the high stakes. I mean, we had the best announcers in this Fendt High Stakes Series. This is awesome. You know, Rule King coming on board, Full Throttle Energy Drinks, Summit, ARP, Mac Trailer, Hot Shot Secret for oil. They help us out a ton, and SCX Gearbox and, you know, Apex Turbo, all the sponsors. If anybody helps out, I mean, this is top-notch polling.
All right, here we go with Dale Francis. Maximus Prime 2 with the Mac. Then we will see Maximus Prime Joe Bonner, Mantua, Ohio. Then Mining Mayhem, Ken Measle. Mining for Dollars, Matt Measle. Drivers wanted RJ Simon. Class Act Chris Wood, Holy Smokes Lonnie Saylor, Playing with Fire Ryan DeBrew, and then Hillbilly Deluxe Spencer Rook. That's the order full for our hot rod semis. How about that, Mac fans? Woo! A 2-stack Mac with a window in the back. Blowing the smoke that's black.
What a pass. I thought about 250 feet. I thought the Maximus Prime 2 was going to come to a stop probably in the 275-foot range, and he just powered it out there.
353 and 56, 353 feet, point 56. So they do tell us that Monty Craig Mile, we're going to leave the sled set as is over here on the grandstand side. And our first hook, our Hypermax test fuller, Monty Craig Mile, limitless, accepted that hook. So 313.
Man, what a beautiful, speedy pass that you were able to make there, right left of center. And it's really just a testament to the hard work that you guys have put in to get this program going with this truck.
Oh, for sure. The pass, felt great tonight. I got to really thank the track guys that came out and put this track together after we had the little rainstorm. It was a little late, but I couldn't say thanks enough to the guys that got the track together and let us pull tonight.
Yeah, and I know that there's a lot of guys, too, that help work on this truck, to get it to the track and help make this program work. Being so different than everybody else, it's kind of nice to see the Duramax on top.
Oh, yeah, it's a tough field. It's all Cummins trucks, but we're the only Duramax out there. But we've been slowly progressing over the years, and it feels good to finally stand up here in the winner's circle.
That's right. I know a lot of people help you guys out. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. We got to thank High Stakes, or Fendt High Stakes, IHRA, Summit Racing, ARP, Full Throttle Energy, and Hot Shot Secrets for everything. And I got to thank all my guys at home, my guys out in Utah, Garth, my guys at home, Dylan, and we worked all week to get these trucks together. It takes a whole team to get these things here to get this done.
Well, we just saw Maximus Prime 2 on our semi side. Looking for Maximus Prime, number 1, Joe Bonner.
How about that, Mac fans? Currently sitting up top in the 353 to 56. Takes the lead big time. Sets a big mark to beat. The Maximus Prime powered by a 998 Mac and a single Weimer turbo.
Our hot rod semis presented by Mac Trailer. Mac Trailer based out of Alliance, Ohio. They are respected as the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump trailers, flatbeds, transfer trailers, and pneumatic tanks. Mac Trailer provides ongoing solutions through high-tech product innovation and advanced engineering capabilities. As a national leader in trailer manufacturing, Mac Trailer serves the industry with the trailer to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. So let Mac build you the trailer that you need with the level of quality that you deserve. Experience the excellence of Mac. For more information, please visit www.mactrailer.com. right, Joe Bonner backing in the sled, Mantua, Ohio. Total of 10 semis here tonight, this morning.
Man, this is turning into a 2-day pull in one day.
That's correct, yes.
We started this yesterday.
All right, the leader pylon sitting at 3:53.56. Green flag, green line on the sled, Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner, Mantua, Ohio. Two Mack trucks are going to be sitting number 1 and number 2. Did the Maximus Prime get past Maximus Prime number 2? $346 feet and 52, 346.52 for the Maximus Prime. So that'll slide him in the number 2 spot. So 3 in the books so far. Maximus Prime 2 is at 353.56. Maximus Prime at 346.52. And then a Limitless Monty Craig Mile at 313.84. Next up, we'll be looking for Ken Measle from Almont, Michigan at Mining Mayhem. And then Matt Measle will follow that up, Mining for Dollars, also from Almont, Michigan.
Yeah, so the Measle family, they used to pull a open super stock tractor, and they stopped pulling back in 2010. And a couple of years ago, they just got back into semis. I saw them at a local pull near my house, the Tom Tractor Pullers event. So not only do they have these 2 trucks that they're pulling here on the Fendt High Stakes Series, they have a stock semi that they pulled last weekend, and then they also have I guess it's what you call maybe an improved semi. It has a 4.1 Weimer turbo on that, and that truck is for sale. So if you want to get into the sport of semi pulling, come see Ken or Matt Measle this weekend, and you can get right in on the ground floor of semi pulling.
All right, the second of 3 entries for Adam Kester. This is Walk the Line. Adam Kester from Waitsville, Indiana. We saw him earlier in the class with Footloose, and then we will see him with Beast of Burden a little bit later.
Footloose currently sitting second.
That might find him a spot in the top 3, perhaps. Adam Kester, Waitsville, Indiana. $317 feet, .42, 317 and 42. Our new number 2 man, 317 and 42. Tyler Slaw continues to set the bar at 324 and 77. Tyler was our winner 2 weeks ago. He's our leader tonight. But Adam Kester goes 317 and 42.
Mining Mayhem is cat-powered, a single Weimer turbo.
And a beautiful green color. Almont, Michigan.
His father-in-law pulled an AC D21 is how Ken Measle got started in pulling. Owner and operator of Ken Measle Supply. Sand and gravel trucking there in Almont. Right on M53, about I would say 25 or 30 miles north of Detroit.
feet, .56 the mark to beat. Here comes Ken Measle, Almont, Michigan, in Mining Mayhem. I love that color. I love those green fenders, those green lights. Just a beautiful unit right there.
You know, Leroy, you can't go wrong with green. I mean, it's just a great color overall.
Well, speaking from a Michigan State fan, I'm more partial to orange and blue, of course. So 305 and 85. 305 feet, .85.
Seemed to work. Yeah, it was kind of a tough track. They did a fantastic job for what we had to work with.
Done that you're here, but it's not like you haven't won before.
Yeah, but I thought I was shunned. I didn't. No, it's quite an honor to go and be at this, and like I say, I'm not much of a speech, but gosh, I'd like to thank everybody. Thank Mike and Christine, especially thank my wife Kyla, and thank God for letting us all be in a country that we can do this. And I say Simons, they work their tails off to make this place, because it looked pretty rough. I say RJ, they pull a lot of rabbits out of their hat, and we got the bull.
Right there, Jordan Nelson in the North American Trailer Mini Rod. Jordan comes to us from Altamont, Illinois. Three, 1, 2, and 10. 312.10. All right, we just saw Mining Mayhem. Ken Measle. How about Mining for Dollars? Matt Measle, also from Almont, Michigan, and also a Peterbilt.
Mining for Dollars was the name of their super stock tractor that they had in 2000. So there is a legacy to the Mining for Dollars name for the Measle team.
All right, he rolls the chain tight. Maybe he took off a little bit. Maybe we need to bring him back to the start line. All right, let's give him another opportunity right here. Mining for Dollars, Matt Measle. Right there, Mining for Dollars, Matt Measle, Almont, Michigan. He goes 317.02, 317 feet, .02. That will put him in the number 3 spot. We are waiting to see which next mini rod will appear on the track, but we do know on our semi side, RJ Simon, Farley, Iowa, drivers wanted. Well, I got a quick question to ask. What time is it right now, Darren?
It is time for Tanner Nelson because it is 1/2 midnight.
Yes, it's 12:32 a.m., which is kind of 1/2 midnight. So, well played down there, John Mears. Well played, Big John. Sending the 1/2 midnight tractor, the mini rod tractor, out to the sled at this exact time. Tanner Nelson, 1/2 midnight, Sydney, Illinois. As we mentioned when he had his first opportunity, this is the defending points champion in this class. 17 years old from Sydney, Illinois. Now, he gets one and one attempt only. He already used one of his 2 attempts when he backed out of the throttle before the 100-foot mark. Here he comes, 1/2 midnight, Tanner Nelson. Yeah, something was amiss there in that run. Sounded like he almost wanted to back out of it again, and then he thought, no, this is my only shot. I got to keep in the throttle.
Yeah, it did look like he kind of backpedaled and then got back into it. So, Leroy, I'm seeing something different over here on the semi side.
3:02.07 for Tanner Nelson. 3:02.07. All right, drivers wanted RJ Simon. Tell you what, this dude is on a roll. He won in March indoors at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. took home the top spot inside Freedom Hall. So then we moved to the outdoor pulling season. He goes to West Salem, Ohio, wins the Friday night $10,000 check. We got our entire class in on Saturday night before Mother Nature showed up. He won the Saturday night show, so he brought 20 grand home from West Salem.
Yes, and he's trying to bring more home tonight. I mean, it's a lot shorter drive tonight because he's from right here in Farley, but we're seeing him bring that sled over here to the right-hand side. We have not seen any of our hot rod semis over here on the right-hand side. Chasing 353 and 56, Dale Francis and the Maximus Prime 2 Mac sitting up top.
All right, RJ Simon fans. Hometown driver right here in Farley, Iowa. Drivers wanted. I think he may have got knocked off that top spot. Just looking from up here, Darren.
Yeah, it's close. I mean, I think he's in the hunt for a podium spot here, but I don't think he got down there far enough to take over that 353 and 5.
Yeah, he moves into the number 2 spot, 350 feet, .85, 350 and 85. Maximus Prime number 2 continues to set the mark. RJ Simon goes 350.85. And I believe this is Jeremy Smith, Firestorm, Medina, Ohio, on our mini rod side. Tyler Schlaw continues to lead at 324 and 77. Right there for the Firestorm, Jeremy Smith, Medina, Ohio. We will see Jeremy later on in our program in the Pro Stock class as well. From Medina, Ohio, Jeremy Smith in the Firestorm. He goes 299.38, 299.38. Our mini rod class presented by SCS Gearbox. Well, at SCS Gearbox, they say that we know that many of our customers have specialized needs when it comes to their racing or pulling vehicles. With a strong understanding that no two vehicles are the same, SCS Gearbox is willing to work with you and do their best to get you exactly what you need without fail. It doesn't matter if it's a replacement axle, a transfer case, or a specialized gear set. They will do what they can to get what you need. They're willing to take the extra steps and time to make this the best product you will own and also be proud to own. They accept any challenge that you bring to them to get the special product you need for your application. They work to make your ideas become a reality. Contact SCS Gearbox at 419-483-7278 or online at www.scsgearbox.com. All right, back on the semi side, over here on the grandstand side. Class Act, Chris Wood, Shreve, Ohio, 4-time points champion, 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2024. Strong run in Peterbilt. out of Ohio.
He came to the semi class. He started out with a blown four-wheel drive truck before he moved into the hot rod semi class. And he was our pull a couple of weeks ago at Dragway 42. He was only about 20 minutes away from there. So hometown pull for him last weekend.
All right, class act, Chris Wood. Shooting that 3:53:56 number, trying to take over that top spot. We'll be back a little ways from that leader pylon.
Yeah, good run for Chris, but don't think it's going to be enough to take over that 3:53 mark.
3:34 and 77, 334 feet, 0.77. Adam Kester coming in for his third entry in our mini rod tractor class presented by SCS Gearbox. We saw him with Had No Mercy. No, excuse me. We saw him with Footloose. There we go. Saw him with Footloose and Walk the Line. And now here is Beast of Burden, Adam Kester from Wadesville, Indiana. I believe we should have 4 mini rods left. Beast of Burden, Adam Kester, and then Little Hurricane. Jeremy Nelson pulling the Little Hurricane from the Peter Norton stable. Kansas Twister, Logan Stevens. And then Todd Boltman in Stress Relief. Is he going to find himself a spot in the top 3 with that hook? Well, our leader sits at 324 and 77. That's Tyler Slaw. Adam Kester just goes 324 and 50. Wow, close. 324.50, which will put him right behind Tyler. So Adam Kester now slides in the number 2 spot. A little bit different looking truck backing in the sled. The Needle Nose Peterbilt from Oak Park, Minnesota. Lonnie Saylor, and holy smokes. Three trucks left on our hot rod semis presented by Mack Trailer. Lonnie Saylor, holy smokes. Ryan DeBrew playing with fire. And then Spencer Rook, Hillbilly Deluxe. So 3 left over on the grandstand side, and I believe 3 left over on our mini rods on our infield side. At the conclusion of our semi class. We will go to our pro stock tractors, 19 of them here tonight. But first, some unfinished business. Here we go. Holy smokes, Lonnie Saylor, Oak Park, Minnesota.
Monster pass from Lonnie Saylor.
Holy smokes.
I think he's going to stir up that leaderboard.
I think he did it. How about 3, 5, 6, and 89? New leader, 3, 5, 6, and 89. The Needle-Nose Peterbilt taking over that top spot.
How about that, Peterbilt fans?
All right, Jeremy Nelson. He went number 2 weeks ago. He was leading the class for the longest time. And Tyler Slaw, he was one. I think Tyler was one of the last 3 or 4 hooks in the mini rod class there at West Salem. But Jeremy thought he had that $10,000 check in the bag until Tyler Slaw hooked up to the sled. Let's see what Jeremy can do tonight. Once again, the Peter Norton unit, Little Hurricane.
Do we have any Kenworth bands in the house tonight?
Playing with fire, Ryan DeBrew, Nuke Franken, Wisconsin, due up next on our Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semi side. Jeremy Nelson goes 62.18, but he did get out of the throttle before the 100-foot mark. If they do bring him back to the line, he will have 1 attempt and 1 attempt only. Meanwhile, on the semi side, the only Kenworth in the class, in a class that's dominated by Peterbilts and a couple Macks. Here is our only Kenworth. Comes to us from New Franken, Wisconsin. Playing with fire, Ryan DeBrew. He's the fire chief up there in New Franken, Wisconsin. Sponsored by Bennett Transportation and Logistics, driveforbennett.com. Also sponsored by Ace Doran and Cat Reman.
And Senpico Lubricants, based right here in Iowa. Now this is a little bit different. This is electronic injection on this truck. So most of the trucks in this class run mechanical injection. So Ryan's truck, a very unique truck, very successful truck. 2023 Champions Tour champion in this class.
All right, they tell us that Jeremy Nelson with the Little Hurricane, he's going to drop to the bottom of the class. And when he does come back, he'll only have one attempt and 1 attempt only. All right, semi-side, Ryan DeBrew rolls the chain tight. Playing with fire out of New Franken, Wisconsin, Kenworth. And Ryan DeBrew goes 295 feet, 0.25, 295.25 for the Kenworth out of the Badger State. One truck left on our Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis. That'll be Spencer Rook, Hillbilly Deluxe out of Jeromesville, Ohio. We do know what Peterbilt's going to win. Is it going to be the needle-nosed Peterbilt that's currently in the lead? Lonnie Saylor, holy smokes, at 356.89, or will it be our final competitor, Spencer Rook, the Hillbilly Deluxe? But first of all, let's go back over to our mini rod side. Looks like we got Logan Stevens, the Kansas Twister. Lewisburg, Kansas. That's why it's called the Kansas Twister. Lewisburg, Kansas. The Kansas Twister, Logan Stevens. Backing in the sled. Well, he made a right-hand turn the first hook. He made a left-hand turn the second hook. Hence the reason it's called Twister. The Kansas Twister. .194 feet, 0.18, 194 and 18 for Logan Stevens. All right, we'll be looking for our final competitor in our Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis, Spencer Rook, Hillbilly Deluxe. One semi left, two mini rods left. The two mini rods that we're going to be looking for, Todd Boltman Stress Relief, and then Jeremy Nelson, the Little Hurricane out of Sydney, Illinois.
Spencer Rook, your defending Champions Tour champion in the Hot Rod Semi Division. 3406C Cat with a single Weimer turbo. He's a trucker by trade, hauling asphalt.
All right, Holy Smokes is our current leader, 356.89. Lonnie Saylor is our current leader with one hook to go. We're going to go green one final time right here. Spencer Rook, Hillbilly Deluxe, Jeromesville, Ohio. Oh, did we save the best for last? did. We saved the best for last. Hillbilly Deluxe Spencer Rook needed to go in excess of 356.89.
We are anxiously awaiting that laser.
How about 3, 5, 7, and 47? That's your winner, 357 feet, 0.47. We did indeed save the best for last. We will do our rundown of our 10 semis at the conclusion of this hook here for Todd Boltman, stress relief. Todd Boltman from Zeeland, Michigan.
Zeeland over on the west side of the state. Todd, owner and operator of TRB Machine in Zeeland. They build a lot of pulling parts and has for a long time.
He's going to end up short of that leader pylon, so we will have one competitor left on our mini rod side. We will see if we save the best for last on our mini rods like we did on the semis. But meanwhile, Todd Boltman's distance is 3:01 and 56, 301 feet, 0.56. All right, our semi-class that just concluded our Mack trailer hot rod semis, 10 of them tonight. Number 10, we'll go to Ryan DeBrew, playing with fire. Number 9, Mining Mayhem, Ken Measle. Number 8, Limitless, Monty Craig Mile. Number 7 will go Mining for Dollars, Matt Measle. 6th place, Chris Wood, Class Act. Now our top 5, Maximus Prime. It goes number 5 at 3:46.52, Joe Bonner. Number 4, Drivers Wanted, RJ Simon from right here in Farley, 350.85. Our top 3 now. Maximus Prime, number 2, goes number 3 at 353.56. Holy smokes, Lonnie Saylor, the Needle Nose Pete, is our runner-up at 356.89, and our winner, Spencer Rook. Very last hook of the class. Save the best for last. The Hill Billy Deluxe takes the win with the hook of 357.47. Congratulations, Spencer Rook, our big winner, our $10,000 winner here this morning at 300 Raceway here in Farley, Iowa. Night number 1 of our Fendt High Stakes Series, our second event. After tomorrow night, we'll take a couple weeks off and then wind up in Benson, North Carolina for stop number 3. And then we will go to Hebron, Ohio. And then that's in August. And then in September, we'll wrap things up in Milan, Michigan. Speaking of wrapping things up, we're going to wrap up the mini rod class with one more competitor, Jeremy Nelson, the Little Hurricane. Now, once he hooks to the sled, he only has one opportunity because he hooked and got her shut down before the 100-foot mark. He was our runner-up 2 weeks ago at Dragway 42. Meanwhile, getting our sled ready on our grandstand side for our Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. Final hook in our semis won the class. Let's see if the final hook in our mini rods can do the same. Jeremy Nelson, a Little Hurricane, Sydney, Illinois. Well, whatever gremlins he had during that first hook obviously got him out of the system. Went 62 feet the first time. His second attempt, he goes 319.56, 319 feet, 0.56. That will put him in the number 3 spot. We will have our rundown for our mini rod tractors presented by SCS Gearbox. But first, let's get our Pro Stock tractors underway, shall we? Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. Our test puller, our option puller, presented by Hypermax. That would be Kevin Masterson. Grandview.
Lonnie, it seemed like tonight that your truck was just really hooking up great to the track tonight. Talk about like the suspension changes that you've made that have helped you get that traction.
I made quite a few. I went backwards in the early part of the year, horribly, trying to find my way back. I kind of reset, changed some things around, and now I'm starting to get farther ahead now a little bit, more every time I come out now.
Well, I call second place a lot farther ahead than you were before. You don't have much farther to go.
Oh yeah, there's still a whole bunch.
So you think that you can actually put a lot more in that?
I think I could, yep. We're just going to keep inching away. We won't get too carried away. Don't want to go too much at one time. So
I love it. Great job. Congratulations to you and your team tonight.
You bet. Thank you.
Yeah, that did not sound good. A flutter there in the turbo.
Yeah, the River Rat option, our Hypermax option puller here tonight, so they do have the option to drop and come back later on. A little bit about these tractors: 10,000 pounds, 20-inch drawbar, 680 cubic inch limit, a single turbo, and then 24.5 by 32 tires.
All right, they tell us. But we're going to leave the sled set as is, and Kevin's actually going to take that hook. So 172.49 is what, unfortunately, the distance will be tonight for the River Rat out of Grandview, Indiana. All right, our class that just completed on our infield side, our mini rod tractors. We had 16 of them tonight. Number 10 will go to Cash Cow, Brett Berg. Number 9, Show No Mercy, Bruce Law. Number 8, the Dirt Slinger, Abby Leichner. 7th place, North American Trailer, Jordan Nelson. Number 6, the Bobcat Jr. of Jed Leichner, now our top 5. 5th place, Footloose, Adam Kester. He goes 3:14.22. Adam Kester also goes in a number 4 spot with Walk the Line at 3:17.42. Jeremy Nelson, Little Hurricane, he goes number 2 last week, goes number 3 this week, 3:19.56. Number 2, our runner-up, Beast of Burden, Adam Kester, 3:24.50. And our winner, Tyler Slaw, back-to-back $10,000 checks. Have No Mercy, 3:24.77, took home the top prize in West Salem, Ohio. Takes home the top slot right here tonight in Farley, Iowa. He is on a roll. Congratulations, Tyler Slaw.
Yeah, what a great way to start the Fendt High Stakes Series for Tyler Slaw. Now, if anybody is trying to sleep in Farley, Iowa, I don't think that's going to be successful now as we move into our modified class. Now, the first one, I do recommend make sure you plug your ears. The minis were loud. The two-wheel drives were loud. This is going to increase that decibel level exponentially. We get into our modified tractors.
Actually, after we get past the first one. The first one, we got the Judge, the Next Generation, Derek Bargee, with the turbines on there. Ansonia, Ohio. The Judge Next Generation took home the number 5 spot. And West Salem, Ohio. All right, we are cleared for takeoff. Derek Bargee, Ansonia, Ohio. He will be our Hypermax test puller in our super modified tractors. And that is how we start our super modified tractor class. Tractor just arrived back from Hooper, Nebraska. Went out and visited the aircraft mechanic out there at NGT. 323.92, 323 and 92. We will see if he's going to keep that. Okay, we're going to leave the sled set as is, and he's going to keep that. So we're starting our super modified tractor at 323 and 92. Now we're going to move back over to our pro stock class, Industrial Force. From right here in Farley, Iowa, Jason Rowan, John Deere 5020. Jason Round, Industrial Force. Man, I love to look at that tractor with those Wheatland fenders. That John Deere industrial paint job. Right here in Farley, Iowa. Jason Round, John Deere 5020. .32 for Jason Rowan. 356 and 32. That's going to rip.
So an early hook still lands you on the podium, Dale. You seem to really find a nice groove out there on the track.
Well, I thought I just misread the track tonight. The track was way better than I thought. They did a good job getting it ready after the rain, and it was just a good hook. Should have run a little harder, and I'd have probably got there. But we'll see what tomorrow brings. And thank the Simon family for helping us put this on, and all the fans for staying around, and Mr. Bonner for helping me and let me do this.
Very often see It is Kevin Masterson on a red tractor.
Yeah, Kevin Masterson, he drove the Workhorse Pro for Rob Russell in West Salem, Ohio. Rob was there. Rob was actually there in West Salem, Ohio. He's here again tonight. Kevin doing the driving. Kevin from Grandview, Indiana.
I mean, if you're going to have a substitute driver, it might as well be one of the best drivers in the history of the sport.
And I love the paint job on this Workhorse Pro. Let's take a look at the running order for our modifieds. You can see there on our live stream. Judge Next Generation, then Takes a Lick and Steve Bunnage, Ramblin' Rose, Tommy Owens, then Rink Seed Moneymaker, Raboli, Ricky Long, Simon Says, Brandon Simon, Jury Next Generation, Ron Bargy Jr., Thorne, Dylan Owens, Dirt Slinger, Bill Leischner, and then Running Bear Full Street, Jeff Hurd. That is our order of pull over on our infield side on our super modified tractors. Over here on our grandstand side, backing in the sled, as Darren mentioned, Kevin Masterson driving the Workhorse Pro owned by Rob Russell. Tractor resides in Prescott, Iowa. Not your normal paint job for a Case IH. Got that candy apple red. All right, let's see which side goes green first. I think it may be on our modified side. We got Steve Bunnage Takes a Lick in Golden Gate, Illinois. All right, here we go. Steve Bunnage, second generation Polar. His father, Niall Bunnage, the only competitor ever to pull inside Freedom Hall with 8 motors. Here's Steve tonight with 4 motors, with Takes a Lickin' from Golden Gate, Illinois. While we await his distance, let's go green on our grandstand side with Kevin Masterson pulling the Workhorse Pro from Rob Russell. The Workhorse Pro from Prescott, Iowa, driven tonight by Kevin Masterson. Oh my goodness, how about that? What a pass there on the Workhorse Pro, Kevin Masterson. We're going to be moving that leader flag.
That's an absolute monster pass for Kevin Masterson on the Workhorse Pro.
While we're waiting on the laser on that, let's tell you that Steve Bunnage went 3:22 and 92, 3:22.92 for Takes a Lickin' on the modified side, 3:22.92, which will move him into the second place spot. All right, are you ready for this one? Kevin Masterson, the Workhorse Pro, goes 3:82.6
So the last hook of the class, Spencer, were you able to make any changes, or did you already have your truck set up and ready for this track?
We had this truck set up and ready for the track, hoping it was ready to go for tonight.
So just a little rabbit out of the hat?
We pulled a cookie out of the hat.
Like a cookie with sprinkles, maybe? Because I heard sprinkles are for winners.
There's a guy that comes to a lot of tractor pulls. His nickname's Cookie. He set sled for us tonight.
So you really did have a cookie in your back pocket that helped you out tonight. What a great night for you guys and your team picking up the win here.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'd really like to thank the Simon family for having this great poll. IHRA Pro Polling League, without them we wouldn't be here in this high stakes, and it's awesome. I love it. The Fendt High Stakes Series, Royal King, Summit Racing, ARP, SCS, Hot Shot Secret, Mac Trailer, Full Throttle Energy. I'd really like to thank my dad and my family and everybody. I mean, we busted our ass this last week trying to get this thing. We tore it clear apart looking at things and put it back together, and it's just been a lot of work, but it paid off finally.
Yeah, total team effort. Time to celebrate.
Yeah, and I'd really like to thank Dina and the kids, because we worked a lot of hours this last week on this thing, and they're actually in Florida right now getting to get some warm weather, and we're here chilly, but it's nice.
All right, breaking news, folks. Breaking news. Pro Stock side, Pro Stock tractors. Scratch all those distances. We're going to start the class over. Since we just saw past the 382 feet, we're going to tighten up the sled and restart the class. So whether the river rat can come back or not remains to be seen. But you can scratch the three distances. The River Rat distance, the Industrial Force distance from Jason Round, and the Workhorse Pro distance. Tom Owens, Montgomery, New York, Ramblin' Rose. We've got two in the books on our modified side. The Judge Next Generation, Derek Bargee, 323 and 92, and then Steve Bunnage takes a lick and he goes 322.92. Exactly 1 foot apart from each other.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Tommy Owens looking to go farther than that 323 and 92.
And he goes 315.72, 315 feet, .72 for Tom Owens. We'll see his son Dylan Owens later on in the class with Thorne. All right, since we are restarting our Pro Stock tractor.
So Tyler, for you, another check. Hopefully you can put it on the wall. More wallpaper out there. But the passes tonight looked like in the mini rod class that it took a lot of energy to get to the top end.
Yeah, it did, and it took a lot of energy just to put this event on. I got to thank the Simon family for making it happen. There's a lot of people that would have just said, screw it, we're not going to do it. We all would have stayed up till 2 in the morning anyway. We were just tractor pulling instead of drinking beer this time. So I'm surely not going to get used to this. My confidence level equals my dollars invested into this, which is an absolute zero. So I got to thank Farmer Bruce for giving me the opportunity, and
Yeah, the Fendt High Stakes Series. This deal's awesome to be pulling for money like this. Rural King, Summit, Mac Trailer, Hot Shots, SCS, Full Throttle Energy. I mean, we're just happy to be out here. I know how this goes, though. I'll win on Friday, and I'll be upside down tomorrow. So I'm not going to get used to this by any means.
Well, the only thing, we're going to have a different track. It'll be a different opportunity, and you just got to roll the dice.
Better to be lucky than good, and we were lucky again tonight.
Still lots to celebrate, though.
No distances in the books yet. We're restarting the class. Our first puller right here, Mike Connie, the Mac Nasty John Deere, Beloit, Ohio. Mike Connie, the brainchild behind Mac Trailer Sales. He goes 272 and 40. And we will find out trackside if we're going to leave the decision maker sled as is, and if Mike is going to take that hook. Meanwhile, on our super modified track, the Rink Seed Moneymaker, Brett Berg in Farmington, Minnesota is coming in next. And Mike Connie is going to exercise his option and drop that hook. So still no official distance in our Pro Stock Tractor class. Well, that will bring in Mac Daddy, James Ray.
Brett Berg going to spot that sled over on the left-hand side. The Judge Next Generation, Derek Bargee from Ansonia, Ohio, with the turbine still sitting up top at 323 and 92. Then Steve Bunnage at 322 and 92 in second, and Tommy Owens sitting in third at 315 and 72. So Brett's already taken a trip down this track on a Mini, so maybe he has some insight, but there's a lot of differences between the way a Mini Modified reacts and the way a Modified reacts. So Sassy providing the power for the Rink Seed Moneymaker from Farmington, Minnesota. Modern machine chassis. Brett cut his teeth in the super stock division back in the late 70s and early 80s.
And Brett Berg goes 3:06 and 55. 3:06.55 for the Rink Seed Moneymaker. Ricky Long, you're up next in Boyd. Ricky Long out of Glasgow, Kentucky. This was our winner at West Salem, Ohio 2 weeks ago. Ricky Long, two-time points champion in our super modified class back in 2020 and 2022. And back over here on our Pro Stock side, once again, no official distance. We had 3 in the books. We wiped those clean when we restarted the class. And then after we restarted the class, Mike Connie exercised his option and dropped to the bottom. So this will be Mac Daddy, sister tractor to Mac Nasty. Mac Daddy, James Ray behind the wheel. James from Beloit, Ohio.
Brett Berg, very consistent out on that track this evening. Went 306 even with his Mini and 306.55 with his modified. So 306 distances for Brett Berg. James Ray going to hug that left-hand sideline. The Pro Stock class will be our first official competitor.
Once again, no official distances in our Pro Stock tractor class. James Ray, Mac Daddy. And we're going to put the leader pile on at 277.35, 277.35.
So, I usually don't like to let people use the word consistency, but Adam, I think that you deserve to be called Mr. Consistent tonight.
Well, for the first time, every tractor that I ran got better as they went.
Well, that happened for you, and tonight, there's at one point where you were sitting second, third, and fourth until pesky Jeremy Nelson came up.
Yeah, I was getting a little excited when he had the little mishap at the starting line. I thought we had him, but they're a really good team. The whole group of our competitors in our class is very good. For us to finish like we did tonight is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I guess that those 9 sets of tires, you found 3 that were really excellent for your team tonight.
Yeah, the track was surprisingly really good for the rain we got. Hats off to Simons for getting it put together so we can run. I know it's late, but it feels pretty dang good.
Yeah, a lot of people that make this happen for your team. It's not just you.
Yeah, first of all, you got to thank IHRA and the Pro Pulling League for putting this on. Fendt, High Stakes, Rule King, Mac Trailer, Hot Shot Secret, ARP, SCS Gearbox, Summit, Apex Turbo, Full Throttle Energy. Thank you to them. But I also have mine, Shell Rotella. Thank you very much. And I'm also sponsored by Tractor Supply. So I know there's a little competition there, but I have to shout out to them. But I can't do it without all these people right here with me. And my wife at home with our kids. Thank you, honey. Love you.
Ooh, he's going to be down there close to that leader pylon. Derek Bargee as the judge in Next Generation, currently in the lead at 3:23 and 92. And we're going to bump that lead up to 3:26 even, 3:26.00. The new lead over on our super modified side.
Yeah, we saw Tyler Slaw in the mini modifieds win for the second consecutive time on the Fendt High Stakes Tour, and Ricky Long's trying to do that with the Bully and the big mods.
Over on our Pro Stock side, presented by Lemke Motorsports. Beautiful John Deere out of the Bluegrass State from Clay, Kentucky. Elijah Brown. Green with Envy. So far, only one distance in the books. That's 277.35. The John Deere from Mac Daddy, James Ray. All right, let's go green, Pro Stock side. Go green as in green, with Envy, Elijah Brown. Clay, Kentucky. Well, we are going to have a new leader. I can see that Elijah got the front of that buckboard of the sled past that leader pylon. We will see where the laser shoots the decision maker sled at. How about 290 and 52? 290.52. Back over onto our super modified side, infield side. Simon Says, Brandon Simon, right here in Farley. Simon Says, our two-time defending points champion. He was our points champion in 2024, points champion in 2025.
Moving that sled over here more towards the right-hand side. Looking for some fresh dirt. Saw the Longs take the lead in the last hook at 3:26 even.
We're going to need a pull-off tractor. Probably going to need a telehandler. Yeah. 256.16. 256.16. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, came down hard and did some front end damage. Got it up in the air and then. Once again, Brandon Simon's distance, 256 feet, .16.
It seemed like tonight you really hit your hole shots, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, watching Tanner run and didn't have the greatest hole shot, I kind of learned something with that. There was kind of I call it a shake zone. Usually in a mini rod you don't have. They just accelerate so good, but tonight it was like it wanted to go and then it didn't want to go, so I just told myself after watching him I was going to drive through that, and I might have been a little slow giving it the gas, but it got it down there. Still had to fight the brakes, so consider all that. I mean, we're tickled to death to come out of here with third out of this bunch.
Yeah, and I mean, it was tough for everybody. Lots of long, laborious pulls out there for your vehicles too.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it took power. I mean, they did a great job with the track with the rain and all, so nobody can complain about that. It was even for everybody, so I mean, we'll take that any day of the week. So we just got to thank the Fendt High Stakes Series. It's great to be on this, having these big checks, talking to you. SCS for presenting our class and all the other sponsors, Mac Trailer, AARP, Hot Shot Secrets, and Full Throttle Energy. So I think we had some Full Throttle Energy today to keep us awake for this late night.
It is a great night. Lots to celebrate. So do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. We got to thank, Peter and Christy Norton, Team Hurricane. This is their tractor that we're campaigning. So get to be out here with my boy doing it, so that makes it fun. We'll get him up here tomorrow night and try to do it again and come see you tomorrow.
Are longer, and it allows them to make more torque than a big block, which seems counterintuitive. Most of the time, big blocks make more torque than small blocks, but with Lemke Machine, they can get you what you need. No matter what color you want to run, Lemke Machines, red, green, blue, Fendt, any sheet metal you want, any kind of engine you want to run, the Lemke team, they can build the horsepower for you.
All right, we will see how the new Generation Plus runs here this evening. Helenville, Wisconsin, Esden Lemke. Our leader is 290.52. Courtesy of Elijah Brown. Green with Envy. We may have another new leader once again. He needed to get past 290 and change. Right there, that's Esden Lemke, the new Generation Plus. And we do have a new leader, 309 and 74. 309 and 74 as we see Brandon Simon being towed off the track with that front end damage. Now the good thing about Brandon's situation is he does not have to go too far to get that unit worked on.
Right, it's not like he has to worry about loading it in the trailer tonight or anything. He can just take it over to the shop and work on it. So that's, a lot of times that's the hassle when you have a breakage in your front end, is getting it loaded into your hauler so you can get it home. And then when you get it home, trying to get it back out so you can fix it. So we didn't talk a lot about the rules for modifieds. 7,800 pounds is the biggest thing, 20-inch drawbar. If you're running 4 Hemis or automotive engines, you can run 871 blowers. We've seen Tommy Owens with 3 automotive engines. You can run 1471 blowers in that combination. No, we're not at the airport, but that is another turbine firing. Jury Next Generation 3 T55 Lycoming turbines. Now, these were used in helicopters, and this is an Angler chassis.
Yeah, the Judge Next Generation currently sitting in the number 2 spot. This will be the Jury Next Generation. We saw Derek Bargy earlier in the class. Now we're going to take a look at Ron Bargy Jr. So Ron Bargy Jr., the Jury Next Generation. Thorne, Dylan Owens. Bill Leichner, the Dirt Slinger, and then Jeff Hurt, Runner Bear, Full Street. That will be our final 4 competitors in our super modified tractors. Our current leader, he was our winner 2 weeks ago. He's our leader here this evening, 326 even. Ricky Long, the bully, out of Glasgow, Kentucky. motorized support vehicle has got the Jerry Next Generation fired up.
Chasing Ricky Long at 326 even.
They kind of cross-tracked it right here. Started on the right-hand side. Ended up over on the left-hand side. And that takes him to a distance of 289.44. 289.44. Tractor that made its world debut at the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville, Kentucky in February of 2026. The Make It Happen Fendt. Brian Lung doing the driving tonight. Of course, back in Louisville, R.J. Simon took the maiden voyage down the track during that Saturday afternoon session. Tractor was in the Fendt booth there in Louisville, all under wraps, until it made its debut and the kind of broke the internet.
Yeah, it did. They debuted it around noon on that day, and then that night they took it over to Freedom Hall and pulled it at Freedom Hall. So beautiful Fendt machine, Brian Lung.
Brian comes to us from Williamsburg, Ohio. The Make It Happen Fendt Pro Stock. $309.74, the mark to beat. Here comes Brian Long, the Fendt Make It Happen Pro Stock, Williamsburg, Ohio. Needed to go in excess of 309 and change. How about 327.31? 327.31. The Fendt Make It Happen Pro Stock just made it happen right there. New mark to beat. Meanwhile, let's go back over on our modified side. We saw Ramblin' Rose, Tom Owens, Montgomery, New York earlier. Here comes Thorne, Dylan Owens, also from Montgomery, New York. 3 modifieds left, and then we will go to our Super Farm tractors. Here we go with Thorne, Dylan Owens, Montgomery, New York. And he goes 320.09, 320 feet.09. We'll put him into the number 4 spot, 320.09. We saw Jeremy Smith earlier in the evening in our mini rod class. Here he is in our pro stock class. The Spontaneous Combustion Cat Challenger 1038. Jeremy Smith, Medina, Ohio.
We want to give a shout out to our fans that are still here tonight. Thank you guys very much for sticking with us, being patient, and just having a blast out here tonight. I mean, we had to start a little bit late because of the weather, but man, what an event we're having. And we appreciate you all coming out and sticking around.
All right, let's go green. Spontaneous Combustion, Jeremy Smith, Medina, Ohio, the Cat Challenger. And Jeremy Smith goes 308.33, 308 feet.33. All right, coming out to the track on our super modified side, 8-time national champion on the PPL circuit. We are talking about the dirt slinger, Bill Leischner, national champ in 06, 07, 09, and then 2010, 2012, 2013, 2017, and most recently 2023. I think, you know, there's just certain words that people say that they automatically relate to. So when you say the dirt slinger, I think everybody knows Bill Leischner. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is totally fair to say. Weldon, Illinois, been pulling almost as long as I can remember. Bill Leischner's been pulling. So Brad Anderson supplying the horsepower and 8-er chassis on the dirt slinger. 326 even, the bully. Ricky Long, Glasgow, Kentucky, still sitting up top.
Bill finished number 3. The last time we got together on our Fendt High Stakes Series 2 weeks ago in West Salem, Ohio at Dragway 42. Our top three right now. Ricky Long sits number one with the Boley at 326 even. The Judge Next Generation 323.92. And Steve Bunnage takes a lick and is number three at 322.92. And we got the chain pulled tight for Bill Eichner. All right, the Dirt Slinger, Weldon, Illinois. Oh, he's going to be down close to that leader pylon. Did he get enough to get past Ricky Long?
He's definitely knocking on the door. Hard to tell from this angle. Going to be a tail of the tape.
Well, if he wanted to take over the lead, he needed to go in excess of 326. How about 327 and 32? That's your new leader, 327 feet, .32. 327 and 32. So a new leader with one to go on our super modified side. Our last tractor on our super modified strong running tractor, the Running Bear Full Streak. Former Green Streak tractor belonged to the Boyds, now in the Jeff Hurt stable. So he will be our final competitor on our super modified side. Back over on our pro stock side, all the way from Nordheim, Texas, Conley Metting and Bullwagon.
Yeah, the cool old school 830 sheet metal on this John Deere.
Yeah, tractor originally put together by Lance Little, Tuscola, Illinois, the Tantrum Enterprises, formerly known as True Grit. Actually, this is the Bulletproof Buck. I got ahead of myself. Yeah, why didn't you correct me, Melissa? This is the Bulletproof Buck, and the dad, Clint Metting, is doing the driving. We will see Conley later with the Bullwagon with the John Deere 6030. So, yeah, this is the Bulletproof Buck. Clint Metting, Nordheim, Texas. Brian Long with the Fendt is our leader at 327 and 31. Few hiccups going down the track there with the Bulletproof Buck with Clint Metting out of Nordheim, Texas. John Deere 830. And Clint Metting goes 280 feet, .52, 280.52. All right, final competitor in our super modified tractors, Jeff Hurt, Fort Clinton, Ohio. The Running Bear Full Streak. He went number 2 in West Salem, Ohio 2 weeks ago. He was our runner-up. semi-class. Spencer Rook was the last hook in the class and took home the win. See if we can have history repeat itself here this evening. Running Bear, full streak. All right, let's go green one last time on our super modified tractors. The Running Bear, full streak. Jeff Hurt, Port Clinton, Ohio. Who is taking home the 10,000? Bill Leischner, Jeff Hurt. Let's see what the laser says. And he goes 324.46. 324.46. So Bill Leischner, the dirt slinger, taking home the big check tonight. We will have your rundown for our super modified tractors here. All right, backing in the sled right now. Loud and heavy, Brandon Simon, Farley, Iowa. I just got a message sent to me. It says, if anyone is watching on Pro Pulling TV or on the PPL YouTube page, you'll need to do part 2 due to time limits on the live stream for those sources at 2 a.m. So in 2 minutes, yeah, you're going to need to go to part 2 if you're watching the live stream on Pro Pulling TV or on the PPL YouTube page. All right, let's go green right now. Brandon Simon right here in Farley, Iowa. Loud and heavy. Back-to-back point champion in 2021 and 2022. Hey, better luck with his pro stock than he had with his modified here this evening, so don't think it was good enough to take over that top spot from the Make It Happen Fendt. Brian Lung still leading the class at 3:27 and 31. And Brandon goes 313.98, 313 feet, .98. That will move him into the number 2 spot, however. So 313.98, the new number 2 distance. All right, let's go over the results. On our modifieds, 10 of them here tonight. Brandon Simon goes number 10 with Simon Says. Jerry Next Generation goes number 9. Ron Bargy Jr. Rink Seed Motormaker, number 8, excuse me. Number 7, Ramblin' Rose, Tom Owens. Number 6, Dylan Owens with Thorn. Our number 5 tractor takes a licking, Steve Bunnage. He gets 322.92. Number 4, Judge Next Generation, Derek Bargy, 323.92. Number 3, Running Bear Full Streak, 324.46. Our runner-up, Bully, Ricky Long, 326 even, and our winner, the Dirt Slinger, Bill Leishner, Weldon, Illinois, taking home the big check, $10,000. It'd probably be $15,500 for the money from carrying over from West Salem. 327.32. Congratulations, Bill Leishner, our winner here this morning at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa.
We're going to move right into our Super Farm tractors. We have 14 of them. We have one AGCO, 6 John Deeres, and the rest are IHs and Case IHs.
And there's the running order, as you can see on your live stream. Thunderstruck, Brad Woods, you'll be number 1. Hooked Up, Brian Barman, number 2. 4th Generation, Jacob St. Mary. And then Thunderstorm, James Slama. Twisted Deer, Casey Fritz. Never Say Never, Brett Weber. Fast and Furious, James Slama. High Maintenance, Josh Miley. Positive Ground, Chuck Ginterberg. Homegrown, Trip Downing. Crank It Up, Dan Venny. The Wicked Whitetail, Jesse Roberts. Thumpin' Pumpkin, Shane Maston, and then the Screamin' Norwegian, Sean Boyd. That's the order of pulling for our 14 Super Farms that we have here this morning.
So Super Farm tractors weigh in at 9,300 pounds, 20-inch drawbar, 640 cubic inch limit, a single turbo, a smaller turbo, 3 inches in, 3 inches out roughly, and no overhead cams, and a P pump is the maximum allowed pump. And intercoolers are allowed.
Meanwhile, over here on our Pro Stock side, our Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. Time for the bull wagon. Conley Medding out of Nordheim, Texas. Saw his father earlier in the class, Clint Medding, with a bulletproof buck. This is the bull wagon. Tractor made its way from Illinois down to Texas, just like the bulletproof buck did. Tractor used to be campaigned on the state circuit in Illinois by the Justison family. Used to be the corn fed.
You know, Ricky, for me, it's been the amount of consistency that you've been able to show in this brand new tractor to come out here and compete with these guys and be on the podium 2 weeks in a row.
Well, that's what we shoot for. I mean, we've had a long pulling career there that we know what it takes to win points, and it's not you can't turn one over and then still get the points. So we try to be conservative, make a good pass every night, make people beat us, and the tractor's awfully good. Brad Corporal, Modern Machine, he's built a really nice piece.
Yeah, how much fun are the three of you guys having though out here?
It's great for us. You know, we took a couple of years off there. We were just kind of burnt out, and then we've come back, built out, and we've got a couple of good hot rods right now. And but you know, this high stakes things is really fun. Our pullers are having a lot of fun, and Fendt, IHRA, Summit, Rule King, all the people that we do a lot of shopping with, we appreciate it.
All right, we're going to go green on our Pro Stock side first. Conley Medding, the bull wagon, Nordheim, Texas. Oh, two things. Number one, he is close to the chalk line on this side. And number two, the front of the sled is close to that leader pylon. Did he get enough to take over that top spot from the Fendt? The bull wagon, Conley Metting from Nordheim, Texas. Here he goes, Brad Woods. All right, that's Brad Woods. Thunderstruck out of Jackson, Tennessee, our Hypermax test puller, our option puller on our Super Farm tractors. Meanwhile, on our Pro Stock side, Conley Metting moves into the number 2 spot with a pass of 3:25.67, 3:25.67. So he's the new number 2 man with the bull wagon out of Nordheim, Texas. And our Super Farm side, Super Farm side, we're going to leave the sled set as is, and Brad Woods is going to take that distance, which is 3:32.67. So we are official over on their infield side, final class of the event. Thunderstruck Brad Woods goes 3:32.67. Brian Barman, you're up next. Middleton, Wisconsin, hooked up. We'll be looking for Matt Holland next on our Pro Stock side. Glutton for punishment, Matt Holland out of St. Paul, Indiana. And then the Tinker Toy, Joey Harris.
Excited to see the Dirt Slinger here in the winner's circle. But, Bill, I thought you might have been a goner right there about the 300-foot mark. We saw a little bit of tiny one wheel, and you were able to drive right through it.
I think that was maybe some holes from the other pullers where they stopped since we were a little farther. But you know what? We warmed it up a little too much back there because it's cold, and it's a good thing we got that good Senpico oil in there because that held us to the end. But, you know, I got to thank Unziker Equipment and Fast Equipment stuff that support us. And the most people I got to thank is this team. I mean, that's why we did good. Every one of them helped and did something. I always call me the dummy in the seat. I was lucky enough to try to be in the seat and try to pay the bills. But we got to thank the Simons for putting on such a wonderful pull and go ahead and having it after all the rain and having it, and probably pissed a lot of people off in town. But, you know, it's good we got the pull. But, you know, the Fendt High Stakes Series is awesome. And the new IHRA Pro Pulling Series, we love it. Just we got to thank, you know, Real King, Mac Trailers, Hot Shots, the Full Throttle Energy. SCS Gearbox is a personal sponsor and on this too. So everybody's good. We got to thank everybody.
Lots to celebrate tonight. And I know the kids said they're not getting between you and this check. It's all yours, that's for sure.
Hooked up to the sled on our Pro Stock side. Glutton for punishment, Matt Holland, St. Paul, Indiana. And hooked up on our Super Farm side, Brian Barman. And he is hooked up. Let's go green on the Pro Stock side first. Matt Holland, Glutton for punishment, St. Paul, Indiana. He will end up short of that leader pylon. And we're going to go green over on our Super Farm side. Brian Barman hooked up from Middleton, Wisconsin. Matt Holland goes 300 feet and 73, 300.73 over here on our Pro Stock side on our grandstand track. All right, we're going green on our infield side. He's going to be down there close to that leader pylon. That's Brian Barman hooked up. Jacob St. Mary, you're up next. Fourth generation, North Bangor, New York. Did I not say that right?
North Bangor.
North Bangor, okay.
Bangor, New York.
330.92 for Brian Barman. 330 feet, .92. So as you can see there on the leaderboard,
You know, Jeff, it was interesting. We saw some drivers kind of drive out and some get really aggressive off the line. You kind of took the latter approach, and it seemed like you really had to drive it for a little bit to get the whole shot you wanted.
I drove it a little further than I probably should have. After a few years back when Vonage and Steve both crashed on this track and that, I still had some bad thoughts in my head. I tried to keep them out of there, but Shannon helped set it up to get me past that or whatever. And I did drive it a little softer after Brandon's passed there, and it's still an honor to be in this winner's circle behind them two guys that was first and second. I mean, it's an honor to be here.
You know, we talked earlier about the amount of, you've driven like 40 different vehicles and 3 or 4 different classes, and, it all just seems to come around to you. What is it that makes pulling come so easy to you?
I always tell everybody it's because we ran a bunch of junk growing up on the farm, and you just had to adapt to what it needed to get it done.
And you did that for sure. 2 weeks of pulling 2 podiums up here with the tractor that you just picked up in March.
Yeah, I can't be more proud of our team. I mean, we got a great team. I mean, my brother-in-law's at home. He couldn't be here. My nephew's here. My wife and kids, I mean, they all help on it, between whether it's getting the toter ready, cleaning it, making notes, or working on it. Shannon Leicester and his family's been helping us. It just, my dad, our business back home, it's all of it. It's awesome to have this team. I mean, Hot Shots is sticking with us and helping us out. It's awesome to have them aboard, and all the sponsors that make this organization, this class, this sport work. I mean, Fendt High Stakes Deal, Rural King, Mack Trailers, Hot Shots, ARP, SCS. He helps us a ton, and we need one of them full throttle energy drinks now because it's getting kind of late or early.
I can do that for you. Here you go. Crack that one open and celebrate, Jeff.
Gangsters show up. They are going to be the ones to beat. Can he surpass the distance currently laid down by the bull wagon? Excuse me. Make it happen, Brian Lung. Brian Lung leading the Fendt, 3:27 and 31. Right there for the Tinker Toy. Joey Harris doing the driving this evening. Grandview, Indiana. Over on our Super Farm side, Jacob St. Mary, North Bangor, New York, the 4th generation International 1066. Pro stock side 317.66 is the distance for Joey Harris, and the Tinker Toy 317.66. 326.06 on the Super Farm side for Jacob St. Mary. 326.06. James Slama, you're up next on the Super Farm side with Thunderstorm. James Slama from Hillsboro, Wisconsin. He's going to do double duty tonight. Pull that tractor and also the Fast and Furious. Pro stock side, we should be looking for Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin. Speaking of James Slama, the Slama family has the Hillsboro Charity Pull, 7-time PPL event of the year. The 2026 edition will be August 14th and 15th of this pulling season. If you've never attended a Hillsboro Charity Pull, that should be on your bucket list. All right, back out on the sled on our grandstand side. From Red Granite, Wisconsin, Brent Meyer, the Lincoln Diesel Specialties, John Deere, Pro Stock. Brent Lung continues to lead. Brian Lung continues to lead. Make it happen. Williamsburg, Ohio, the Fendt, 3:27 and 31. Conley Metting, the Bullwagon, is number 2, 3:25.67, and then Tinker Toy, Joey Harris, number 3 at 3:17 and 66. We'll see Brent Meyer now with Lincoln Diesel Specialties, and then later in the class we'll also with Injected Funds. That's the tractor at win number 4 in West Salem, Ohio 2 weeks ago. The Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Brent Meyer. Tonight, he goes 298.75, 298 feet, 0.75. Going back over on the infield side on our Super Farm sled. James Slama, Hillsboro, Wisconsin, and Thunderstorm. Hey, are we going to have a new leader infield side?
Yeah, definitely going to shake up the order over there. James Slama with a Thunderstorm tractor. Good hook. Wait on the official distance from the laser. 332.67. Brad Woods in the Thunderstruck. Current leader.
And he goes 339.34. New leader, 339 feet, 0.34. So we got Thunderstorm in the lead and Thunderstruck number 2.
I hope we're done with the Thunder for a while, at least here in Farley, Iowa, till we finish our pull.
Twisted Deer, you're up next. Casey Fritz, Bosco Bell, Wisconsin on our Super Farm side. Pro Stock side, Jason Savanovic. Rockwood, Pennsylvania, the bootlegger.
Yeah, we're a little over halfway done with our pro stocks. So we'll have Jason Svanovac and then Brent Meyer, Jason Round, and then we'll go back to the top of the order and bring our first 4 competitors back as we reset the sled.
Back it into the decision maker sled from Rockwood, Pennsylvania, Jason Savanovic and the bootlegger. Ooh, he's very close to this right side chalk line. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, several times he was flirting with that chalk line.
And we're going green on the Super Farm side. Casey Fritz. And the Twisted Deer out of Boscobel, Wisconsin. And while we are awaiting the distance for Casey Fritz, let me tell you that the bootlegger for Jason Savanovic, he goes 292 and 40, 292 feet, .40. And he goes 314.50, 314.50 for Casey Fritz. Next up on the Pro Stock side, we're going to be looking for Brent Meyer once again. We just saw him with Lincoln Diesel Specialties. He's coming back with injected funds. And on the Super Farm side, never say never. Brett Weber, Fort Branch, Indiana.
Yeah, Lincoln Diesel Specialties tractor, the injected funds tractor, very strong running tractor. Brent brought this tractor out about 3 years ago and has done nothing but win with it since he's had it. So, very successful puller. Ryan Long from Williamsburg, Ohio with the Fendt. Make it happen. Still sitting up top at 327 and 3.
All right, rolling the chain tight over here on the grandstand side on our Pro Stock track. Presented by Lemke Motorsports. Injected funds, Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin. Brian Lund continues to lead the Fendt Make It Happen. Pro Stock 327 and 31. 300 feet, 0.63 on our Pro Stock side. On our Super Farm side, never say never, Brett Weber. Right there for Brett Weber out of Fort Branch, Indiana, just north of Evansville, down there by the Vincennes area. Never say never, Brett Weber. And on our Pro Stock side, once again, the injected funds, Brent Meyer goes 300.63. 327.63 is the distance for Brett Weber. 327 feet, 0.63. Well, I guess they tell us that the Thunderstorm tractor, Michael Snepp was doing the driving tonight, so not James Slama. So our current leading distance on our Super Farm site does not belong to James Slama. The 3:39.34, that belongs to Michael Snepp. Got that cleared up.
Well, it could belong to James Slama because he's up next. So if he goes farther than the 3:39, he could take over the lead.
Jason Round from here in Farley with an 8R. He went number 2 on our Saturday night show before the rain started here in West Salem, Ohio. We will see him in just a little bit once again with the Industrial Force John Deere 5020. We had restarted the class and wiped out all the distances. The Make It Happen Fendt continues to lead 327.31. All right, here we go with the 8R John Deere 8360. Jason Round, Farley, Iowa. On our Super Farm side, James Slama, Fast and Furious, Hillsboro, Wisconsin, backed into the sled. And Jason Rowan, he goes 3-1-3-83 over here on the grandstand side. 3-1-3-83. That puts him in the number 5 position. And we just saw the Fast and Furious John Deere from James Slama, Hillsboro, Wisconsin. And he goes 3-19-23, 319.23 for James Slama.
Josh Miley, the high maintenance, Francisco, Indiana, will be up next. 4-time Champions Tour champion, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. Chasing the 339 that Michael Snepp laid down with the thunderstorm.
Right there for Josh Miley, high maintenance, Francisco, Indiana, the Case IH. Backing in the sled on the pro stock side. Industrial Force, Jason Round. Looks like that the River Rat may be done for the night. Hopefully it's not done for the weekend. We were expecting the River Rat to come back. But Industrial Force, Jason Round. Backing into the sled. Josh Miley goes 3:25.36, 3:25.36, which will put him in the number 6 spot. Positive ground, Chuck Ginterberg, Rio, Wisconsin. You're up next on our Super Farm side. Pro Stock side over here on our grandstand side. Jason Round, right here in Farley, the John Deere 5020. Did he get past the Fendt, make it happen?
I think he's going to stir things up. That was a good hook for Jason Rome.
327.31 is where the leader pylon sits right now. .325.71, so he did not take over the lead. 325.71. It does put him into the number 2 spot, though. This was our Friday night winner in West Salem. Took home the $10,000 check from Dragway 42. Also our 2019 points champion. .338.31, so very close, but not enough to take over the top spot. Moves him into the number 2 spot. So Michael Snepp continues to lead at 339.34. Two tractors left on our Pro Stock side. Here comes the Workhorse Pro. Rob Russell machine from Prescott, Iowa, driven by Kevin Masterson from Grandview, Indiana. Laid down that monster pass of 382 feet before they decided to restart the class and tighten up the sled. We will see Kevin Masterson in the Workhorse Pro, and then we'll wrap up the evening, the morning on the grandstand side with Mac Nasty, Mike Connie.
Brian Lung, the Make It Happen Fendt, continues to lead on the Pro Stock side at 327.31. Kevin Masterson going to spot that sled over on the far left-hand side and ride that left-hand sideline, looking for a line.
Let's go green on the pro stock side. Kevin Masterson, the Workhorse Pro. And Trip Downing, homegrown, Jefferson, Wisconsin, on the Super Farm side. Trip Downing is 332 feet, 0.71, 332.71 on our Super Farm side.
We are down to 1 on the pro stock side. Mack Trailers Pro Stock Division final competitor will be Mike Connie from Beloit, Ohio with the Mack Nasty. Mike Cunningham going to move that sled over here to the far right-hand side. Final competitor, Lemke Motorsports Pro Stock Division. We have 4 Super Farms left to go as well. Crank It Up, Dan Viney, the Wicked Whitetail, Jesse Roberts doing the driving, Bumpin' Pumpkin, Shane Maston, and then the Screaming Norwegian, Sean Boyd, our final competitor over on the Super Farm side. Our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm presented by Apex Turbo, just 4 left. Mike Connie, final competitor on the Pro Stock side, looking to go farther than 3:27 and 31. Brian Lung with the Make It Happen Fendt, still sitting up top.
Well, looks like the Fendt Make It Happen just made it happen.
$15,000 winner.
15.5.
Yes, sir.
$311.13, 311 and 13 for Mike Connie. Dan Vinny cranking up. Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. Cranking it up on the Super Farm side. .14 new leader. 343.14. Dan Vinny, new leader, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin, on our Super Farm tractors, the Hot Shots Secret Super Farm tractors, presented by Apex Turbo. All right, on our Pro Stocks, number 10, we'll go to Jeremy Smith. Spontaneous Combustion. Number 9, New Generation Plus, Esden Lemke. Number 8, Mac Nasty, Mike Connie. Number 7, we'll go to the 8R, Jason Round. Number 6, Loud and Heavy, Brandon Simon. Now our top 5, Tinker Toy goes number 5, 317.66, the Workhorse Pro. Kevin Masterson, 319.33, goes number 4. Our number 3 tractor, the Bullwagon, Conley Menning out of Nordheim, Texas, goes number 3 at 325.67. Jason Round right here in Farley, our runner-up, 325.71, and our winner. Make It Happen, the Fendt. Brian Lung, the Fendt Make It Happen on our Fendt High Stakes Series. He's our winner tonight, 327.31. Congratulations. All right, that'll conclude our grandstand side. Couple left over on our...
So a very exciting night, Brian. You know, it's not often that a rookie comes into the sport and takes a win so early in the season. It's got to be really exciting. I mean, you knew you had a good piece, but to know that the driving would come so easy to you.
It didn't come easy. I think it was all luck, to be honest with you. I don't think I deserve the credit. I think Simon's Motorsports are the one that built that tractor and did a good job and got me here. And I want to thank the people like you, because your husband's here working all the time to make all this, and Christy and Daryl, they're the ones that put this stuff on, all the families behind them. And then we have the Fendt, Royal King, Mac Trailer, and Hot Shot Secrets, Apex Turbo. Those are the ones that deserve all the credit tonight, I think, for making all this happen. Especially you.
It sounds like you're going with the Bill Leishner approach. Hey, I'm just the monkey in the seat. Everybody else does all the work.
And I'm probably going to get yelled at for stuff I did wrong until when I get back here in the garage, I think. So.
Well, I'm going to take a minute to just celebrate a little bit with you and your team. You have a lot to celebrate tonight.
Thank you.
For you fans still here in attendance tonight, you guys are hardcore. I'll give you that. Thank you very much for coming out. Thanks for sticking around. And just a great night of action here at the 300 Raceway here in Farley, Iowa.
All right, here we go. Jesse Roberts, Sullivan, Indiana, the Wicked Whitetail. Jesse Roberts goes 338.96, 338 feet, .96. Which will put him into the number 3 spot with 2 to go. Shane Maston, you're up next. The Thumpin' Pumpkin, our defending points champion. And then we'll wrap up the class with the Screamin' Norwegian, who's a 3-time points champion. Our Super Farm Tractors, the Hot Shots Secret Super Farm Tractors, presented by Apex Turbo.
You know, Jason, you had 2 really good passes out there tonight. I know the sled reset kind of made things a little bit difficult for everybody, but it seemed like you guys were really getting up, getting lots of good ground speed and lots of traction tonight.
Yeah, you know, we had some late hooks. We were early, but then they reset the skid. But I drove it two different styles. The green one wasn't good enough, and then I thought we'd try something with the yellow one, and put us out in second tonight. So we're really happy with the finish.
Yeah, you don't sound really happy. I mean, I know that you like to do better with the other one, but really it's kind of about just kind of making it. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and we got a couple good runs tonight, and so everything's together, and we're just excited to be here and ready to go back and be here tomorrow.
Lots to build on, of course. A great job by you and your team. Still a lot to celebrate tonight.
Yeah, these guys work their butts off, and I get to drive it. And so I just appreciate everybody that helps me, and Riverside and Weimer, Chad Mayhill. Like I said, these guys behind me, they're the ones that work their butts off all week, and I get to try to put it on the track. So appreciate it. Thanks to them, and we'll see you tomorrow.
39-34, and our number 3 tractor, the Wicked Whitetail, Jesse Roberts, at 338.96. All right, the Thumpin' Pumpkin, Niles, Michigan, the Eggkill Alice. Back into the business end of the X Factor Fendt sled. 332.71. So 332 feet, 0.71 for the Thumpin' Pumpkin. Bring us to the final competitor of session number 1. Sean Boyd, the Screaming Norwegian.
You know, it takes a really good hole shot if you're going to make it to the top end with that ground speed. And Conley, I think that was one of the things that you told me was really, really helpful for you tonight was the good hole shot.
Yeah, it wasn't biting right out of the hole. It was a little slick, so you had to kind of take it a little easy and let it get going.
But you said it also helped that you guys picked a really good spot to put the sled back there too, and that gave you a good pass to the end.
Yeah, we weren't too sure. We put Dad in the middle. He didn't do so great, so we moved over, took a chance, and it ended up working out.
Oh, I see how it is. So you go the safe bet with Dad, and you take the chances for yourself.
Pretty much.
Well, it paid off for you guys tonight because you're standing up here on the podium with me. A great night for the team.
Thank you. I need to thank all the sponsors, Rural King, Fendt, the High Stakes Series, all the official people. Got to thank my dad and brother, my mom, Uncle Jeff. They're flying up here. Jim and Steve at Weimer, Phil and Keith at Riverside, Todd Flugel, Chad Mayhill, who else? Oh, Kevin Masterson and all his family. They do a lot for us, and one of the big reasons why we did as good as we did tonight.
Yeah, congratulations. Time to celebrate, guys.
All right, final puller. Going green one last time, Sean Boyd, the Screaming Norwegian, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. .337 and 32, 337 feet, .32 for the Screaming Norwegian. $14 of them here tonight. 10th place goes to Never Say Never, Brett Weber. Number 9, Hooked Up, Brian Barman. Number 8, Thunderstruck, Brad Woods. The Thumpin' Pumpkin, number 7. Homegrown, Trip Downing, number 6. Number 5 goes to the Screaming Norwegian, Sean Boyd at 3:37.32. Number 4, Chuck Ginterberg, Positive Ground, 3:38.31. Jesse Roberts, congratulations on the number 3 spot. 338.96 with the Wicked Whitetail. Michael Snepp, our runner-up with Thunderstorm, 339.34. And crank it up. Dan Vinny, that's what he did. Dan Vinny cranked it up 343 and 14. Taking home that $10,000 check tonight. Hey, thanks for being with us tonight and this morning. We're going to do this all again on Saturday evening, 6:30 p.m. Central, for session number 2 of our Fendt High Stakes Series here at the 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. On behalf of Darren Harwell, I'm Leroy Schluter. Have a good morning.
I tell you what, we're loving it. I believe we're having more